my name is Mary Saratopoulou. I'm from ETT, the Greek NRA, and I'm co-chairing the berec Sustainability Working Group together with Tom Nico from RCEP. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop. I give the floor to berec Chair 2025, Mr. Robert Murick. He's the Commissioner of the Irish Commission for Communications Regulations, ComReg. Robert, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. The topic is important to berec, and that's why I clearly wanted to say a few words at the beginning of this event. So first of all, thank you for joining berec for this workshop on eco-design of digital services. I'm a bit disappointed with all the talk about tariffs and war, etc. We almost forget that there is another crisis that we need to deal with, and that is the environmental crisis. And all the discussions around climate is kind of pushed in the background at the moment, and I think we need to do something to make sure to keep it in everyone's mind, and for Europe to lead the way how we can pursue a greener future, and in our area that means how we can get greener networks and greener ICT services. The work stream that you are part of, and that this workshop is part of, builds on other work that we've already done in berec. Officially, sustainability is not a core objective of berec's work, but that may change with the DNA. But we have been doing quite a bit so far. Think, for example, about the sustainability indicators, the work that we did around that. Think about the work that we did on empowering end users to get insight in how green some of their services are. And we did a lot of work about on infrastructure sharing as well, making sure that there are capabilities for operators to have a more sustainable network. The environmental challenge that we're looking at is one where at the moment the ICT sector accounts for about 2 to 4% of global carbon emissions, which is roughly comparable to that of the aviation industry. If there is no change, the environmental footprint of the ICT sector could grow to 14% of global emissions by 2040, especially what we see happening at the moment with AI is at the one hand, of course, a great innovation, but at the same time, from a global point of view, it also consumes a lot more energy. Other environmental impacts include, for example, the use of raw materials, earth materials, for example, and that's of growing importance. If we look at it from a regulatory perspective, then we've seen that there are a couple of EU initiatives in this area. The first thing that I would like to know is the upcoming EC Code of Conduct for Telecoms, and it cites the ecodesign directive explicitly. Then we have new EU energy labeling and eco-design requirements for the ICT sector. They apply in the ICT sector from, I think, June of 2025. If you have read the white paper that the Commission published around the possible future of the telecoms regulation, we just call it the white paper, you see that environmental concerns are mentioned frequently, and they are part now of the discussions about the new framework for the telecom sector that we are having at the moment. And the Commission is going to publish new proposals at the end of the year. And one of those issues, one of those points is can we make sustainability a core objective of the telecom regulators? That's just one aspect. Finally, a key discussion area is, in my view, how we can empower consumers to choose the most sustainable option where possible with confidence. So giving consumers the ability to make informed choices is very important. Berec's commitment in this area is far bigger than our mandate suggests. We are very keen to have a continued collaboration with all of you, with all stakeholders across the digital ecosystem, to find the best solutions together. I think that is a core objective of ours, is to find that sweet spot, the best solutions together. And we are integrating environmental sustainability into Berec's strategic vision for telecoms, and hopefully, as I said, by the end of this year, the Commission will suggest that we should have a legal mandate in that area. So for me today is to wish you a very, very successful workshop. You're in capable hands, but I hope that every one of you can lend a hand and cooperate and brainstorm and work on these topics. I would say that an active participation and a candid exchange throughout today's sessions will enable us to make better decisions in this area, to learn from each other, and to come up with the best way forward. Your insights will definitely inform Berec's approach to sustainable digital regulation, and I think it is very important to do things on a fact-based, workable way together, so that we have buy-in from all the stakeholders, that we have a kind of a common view of how best to solve this problem that is just threatening all of us. Together we can, I think, ensure that digital services contribute to Europe's climate objectives, and that we don't forget about those climate objectives, despite the current political climate, let's say. So I'll leave it at that. Have a very productive day. I will definitely read the outcome of what you've discussed with great interest. And I now hand you back to Mary Saranto to take over from me and lead the workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert, for opening this workshop. We all agree that we are looking forward to DNA and the update of the code to have something more robust on sustainability for the regulators. Thanks a lot for this intervention.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So now we will start together with Tom an introduction from the working group. So just a fact-finding slide. The first slide is with a bigger. Let's start with a bigger picture. The material and environmental impacts of the digitization that itself carries. We can see some figures here. According to UN's Trade and Development Organization and the report of 2024, digital technologies were responsible for up to 3.2% of global GHG emissions in 2020. Furthermore, digital technologies account for between 6% to 12% of global electricity consumption. And this is expected to increase significantly over the next years because more intensive services are coming and more devices are going to be used per user. And the environmental burden is, of course, not only in the use phase, but also in the production phase. So this is a very astonishing figure. One smartphone requires 70 kilograms of raw materials to be constructed. So this highlights a need for a shift in the way we think about design, about use and disposal. A more circular and efficient approach is needed. So let's see what is the BEREC doing, how it is positioned in all of this. As Robert said also, BEREC has included in its 5-year strategy the sustainability goal to align also with broader policy efforts like the European Green Deal and the United Nations 2030 Agenda. So BEREC identified 4 key areas that we can contribute meaningfully. Firstly, by improving data availability and developing common indicators, we can measure more efficiently environmental impacts in a comparable way, which is very important as well. So this is crucial because we need an evidence-based approach to make evidence-based decisions. Secondly, we have shared, on this respect, we have shared also experiences during workshops in the previous years, and we also support DigiConnect and on their work on the Code of Conduct, which is currently ongoing. Secondly, we are looking how existing regulatory tools, such as infrastructure sharing, the tools are given by the existing code, how this can support environmental goals. There is a report that is coming by BEREC this June. It will be published this June. Thirdly, we are encouraging eco-conscious practices among digital players. In 2024, BEREC published a high-level position on the sustainability implications of on AI and virtual worlds, calling for resource efficiency and life cycle awareness in the way these technologies are designed and deployed. And finally, we are committed as BEREC to empower end users. This means giving consumers better access to information on the environmental impact of their ICT products and services. So in 2024, in this respect, we released a dedicated report on sustainability for end users, and we ran a public awareness campaign. So let's look at how digital technologies affect the environment across the entire value chain. This includes devices, networks, and services. And these all are deeply interdependent. For example, the growth of sophisticated digital services like AI and cloud-based applications drives an increased demand for high-performance data centers. So this in turn requires more energy and more robust infrastructure. At the same time, software design influences how frequently we change our terminals, our devices. The way services are coded and updated can cause also older hardware to become obsolete. So this is a footprint that is interconnected. We must adopt a holistic view where ecodesign is applied to the hardware, both hardware and the networks, but also to the digital services. And this workshop is about this exact point. So now at this point, I give the floor to Tom. Tom, please, you have the floor. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Mary. So I'm Tom Nico, Sustainability Advisor in RCEP. So I will continue with the digital services. So here is an illustration of a framework to assess the life cycle environmental impacts of digital services. Digital service, also called here digital contents, need end-user devices, networks, and data centers. For instance, digital services include web surfing, social media, video streaming, music streaming, or video conferencing. So is it just an example to understand what is behind digital services? Now we will give some examples of digital services that have a known impact. For example, we're talking about video streaming. According to previous environment studies, video streaming represents around 60% of the global internet traffic. And there are some studies made, for example, by Carbon Trust in the UK. There is also a study in France made by ARCOM, ARCEP, and ADEME, saying that the carbon footprint varies between 30 and 55 grams of CO2 equivalent per hour for a high definition video. So we see that video streaming is a mainstream usage. So we need to know what are the factors behind that. There is also video gaming. For example, video gaming consumes between 5 and 20 gigabytes of data per hour. It needs low latency GPU, so there is a need for heavy graphics load. So it's also an issue. For AI, we'll focus later on it because we know that today it is a big subject, but we have also cloud computing with a constant server use. We know that these are shared but hidden environmental impacts. So we need more information about environmental impacts. There's also music streaming. For example, we need sometimes smart speaker usage, and it is sometimes hidden on energy. And we have finally social media. For example, we know that there are some functionality, autoplay, infinite screens, and beyond that, we have sometimes software-driven obsolescence. So here are some examples that will be developed today in the workshop. So here is a small focus on AI, because we know that AI represents one of the increasing digital services, especially generative AI. So we will have few words on it, but we will have two speakers that we will develop this topic. For example, we have the International Energy Agency that has been publishing a report lately saying that electricity demand from data centers worldwide is set to more than double by 2030 to around 945 terawatt hours, slightly more than the entire electricity consumption of Japan today. We know also that AI is projected to be the primary driver of this increase, with electricity demand from AI-optimized data centers projected to more than quadruple by 2030. And finally, in 2024, according to the IEA, we know that global electricity consumption by data centers is estimated at 415 terawatt hours. It represents 1.5 of global electricity consumption for all sectors combined. So over the last 5 years, this represents an average increase of 12% per year. So now we will conclude this introduction. What we can say is that device manufacturing and energy consumption from infrastructures continue to rise due to an increase in digital usage. We know that sustainability is essential for future technological acceptability and availability of ICT. Studies the positive indirect effects of digital technologies on other sectors, and obviously of rebound effects in other industries related to ICT is needed. We need a collective efforts and action for sustainable design ICTs, especially for the eco-design of digital services, which will be the topic of today. So we'll explore all these questions today in the next sessions. So thank you very much to the speakers and the participants for coming to this workshop, and we'll let you the floor to the European Commission. So Thomas Ebert from G-Connect. Thank you.
Good morning from my side. As said, I'm Thomas Ebert. I'm a seconded national expert working in DG Connect, coming from the German Environment Agency, so trying to bridge the gap between the two parts of the green transition, the digital and the sustainability part. And I can build in my presentation a lot on what was said by Robert, Mary and Tom already. Remembering the forgotten environmental crisis he talked about, the material extraction, the empowering of the consumers, energy label, eco-design. These are all parts you will find also in my presentation. It will not go into details about the software, but this is later in the workshop today on the agenda. And to bring back the memory, that we need to talk about sustainability and resources, and this is a lot in parallel. I tend to show this slide here. You see from the Global Resource Outlook from the International Resource Panel that actually the triple planetary crisis, that means biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change, they're very strongly linked to the extraction and processing of raw materials. So you see that 60% of the climate change impacts globally are attributed to the extraction and processing of materials. And this is, as Robert also pointed out, no, I think it was Mary pointed out, 70 kilograms per smartphone. So there you can clearly see the link, and this is why we have to tackle the raw materials in that. And a second slide, which I tend to show also to try to bring the memory back, that this is not about saving the climate. It's not about saving the planet. It's basically about saving the way we are living and trying to come back to a sustainable economy, which we can continue to work on. And then when you see the World Economic Forum and the Global Risk Report, then you can see on the 10-year framework, half of the risks identified by different stakeholders are related to climate, biodiversity loss, and pollution. So you can see them all in the list of the top 10 risks for human development. So you see a clear link. We need to work in that direction, and I think integrating sustainability and broader policies is very important in that respect. One way to try to reduce the resource consumption is a circular economy. It was already a bit mentioned. I try to tell you a bit why I think this is a very important stage, and here you can see what does it mean on a product level. So you start with individual materials, then you create parts for them, later a product, and in this process the value is increased. And then there comes a failure of the product, and then two things can happen. First thing is you have a classical linear model and the product is discarded, or you have a very circular model, and then the lifetime of the product is extended by repair, by reusing, or when it's not fit as it is anymore, you can manufacture a product, or at the end you can recycle it, going back to the level of the materials, but building from that still the product again, or different products, which means you do not have to extract new products and cause the environmental damage related to that. These are two extreme cases, and we need to work to go more and more in the direction of the extreme case of the circular economy. And when you plot this and have the question why it's circular, you see here on this chart the linear model. So you start again with the mining, the part manufacture. It's basically the same steps I just showed you on the graph before. Then the product is finished, it comes to a user, and then energy recovery in landfill. And this is the process we need to work to forget about and try to increase the lifetime. And then you start with the circles. The first circle with a repair, then reuse, redistribution, refurbishment, recycling. And what's quite obvious, you have a lot of different actors involved. So you need cooperation between the actors. You need a manufacturer of product to give information about repair, and all these products are interlinked. And that's what is one of the biggest challenges for circular economy, to try to get the information flow also running. And for this, the digital product passport has been introduced, which will be the second part after I talk a bit about the ecodesign for sustainable product regulation, which focuses on the products, not the software. But there are clear links also there. So probably most of you in this audience have heard about the ecodesign for sustainable products regulation. I try to bring back a few thoughts in the memory. It is a framework regulation. It means itself is not doing very much. You need to have a product-specific delegated act, which then puts the requirement for a specific product group. The whole process always starts with a multi-annual working plan, where there's an analysis which products where you can gain a lot of environmental improvement with low means. And then you start the process on the work, on the product group. So there's always an intervention of the product group, trying to understand what are the stakeholders involved, what is the environmental problems related to that. before the measures are then publicly discussed also in the ecodesign forum, and you end up with the adoption of the measures. When I say measures, it can be both. It can be performance requirements on a product, but also information requirements. And there we come back again to the loops and the interconnecting with the digital product passport, different actors in the circular economy to really help them share information and enable the circular economy. And just 2 weeks ago, the Ecodesign and Energy Labeling Working Plan, or the ESPR and Energy Labeling Working Plan, has been published, which is basically based on 2 elements. The first element is the work already done under Ecodesign, and that's most of the part where you are maybe interested in. It's Ecodesign and Energy Labeling for displays, for smartphones. And there's always continuous revision cycles for these regulations where they get fit for purpose again. And then there are new products included in the working plan because the ESPR is much broader from the scope compared to previous Ecodesign directive. It includes also final products such as textiles, furniture, tires, mattresses, and so on. Some intermediate products, and very interesting also for me, that it also might lead to horizontal requirements, for example, on repairability. And with horizontal requirements, we mean that with one delegated act, a lot of different product groups can be tackled in that area. And because the slides will be shared, you find all the links for the list of current product groups, but also the Ecodesign Energy Working Plan, and you can take a deeper look in that. And as smartphones have been mentioned, you see also very prominent on this slide, the extension of the lifetime of the smartphones by 1 year would be the equivalent of taking 1 million cars off the road when you translate that into CO2. And there you again see the very strong link of materials, the prolonging of the lifetime to save materials, to reduce emissions related to the extraction and processing of materials. And as was also already mentioned, in 20th June 2025, you will products that have been placed on the market after that date will have to fulfill ecodesign minimum requirements, meaning smartphones have specific requirements on durability, and you see that resistance to scratches and drops, but also dust and water ingression, and specific requirements on the batteries. Also requirements enabling the repair of the products. But also, and that's maybe the link to the second part of the workshop today, there are requirements on the availability of operating system upgrades. So for smartphones, the operating system upgrades have to be provided for at least 5 years after placing the smartphone on the market. And you can see these minimum requirements, they try to enable the longer usage of the products. There's still one gap, and that's the consumer. So we need to also help consumers not only with these minimum requirements to be able to, but also to really use devices longer, because a lot of functioning devices are already still thrown away. And what you see on the left side here is very much linked, and that's the energy label you will see for smartphones as of June this year. And there you see also very prominent all these indicators on the drop resistance, the amount of charging times, the IP resistance, but also the repair score. And for you to get a second link also in the repair score, there's parameters which improves the repair score the longer the software updates are available for that device. And when you click on the QR code, or you scan the QR code, you get to the April database, or the energy label database, which also gives you information on the guaranteed availability of software updates. So if you are interested and you want to buy a smartphone, you can scan and see what manufacturers guarantee you as availability of software updates. So that's trying to prolong the lifetime of the smartphones. And now I jump to the second part. Because you already saw the QR code on the energy label, and that links to an energy label database, the April database. But when we go back to the slide on the different circles and different actors involved in the circular economy, the linear availability of information, like the public information, which we have in the energy label database, you scan it, you get the information. might not be enough, but you might need targeted access for different stakeholders to share also sensitive information or additional information on the products. So therefore, the digital product passport is being discussed, and that's supposed to help to also find out more on the extraction and the production of the raw materials, but it should enable manufacturers to link additional informations beyond what is mandatory to the product to share the information. And with more information, you see at the third point, there's a lot of possibilities for circular economy. So more information for reuse, more information for resale, because for example, first digital product passport will be there for big batteries, for car batteries. And when you want to buy an electric vehicle secondhand, information on the state of health of the battery is quite important to estimate the value of the car. So there is the support of information for the resale, but there's also for recyclability and in general other new business models. Of course, beyond this circular economy, there are also some support for the market surveillance authorities to really ensure that the products in the market fulfill the requirements. It also gives a lot of information to public authorities, making it easier to set the right requirements, because we also touched upon that based on fact-based decision making. So when you have a digital product passport and you have a better situational awareness on the product group, then you can have more targeted requirements. And last but not least, you also have the transparency, the access to information for citizens to really make informed choices. And the discussion about the digital product passport, for me, always this is one of the most important slides to understand the different discussions. So on the one hand side, there's discussion about the data, what data needs to be included in the digital product passport. And this is a discussion you need to have really on the product group level to understand what stakeholders are involved, what data is available, and how you can really set the right requirements. On the other side, there's a discussion about the so-called digital product passport system, which is basically the technical system, how to share the data. So the protocols, the standards, the security measures, the identification. And this is currently already in discussion in Sensenelec. So there's JTC 24 very active working on the standardization request, which is also in the presentation later with a link to try to find the right standards for that. And what's important for you to know that the DPP is also based on a decentralized approach. That means that the information is not, as for April, in a standard in a database, a centralized database, but it's stored at the economic operators' premises or on behalf of them, digital product passport service providers, which means that there's more trust and more on the information to be shared only with the relevant stakeholders. The digital product passport always links, of course, to a product or component. And you have this unique identifier, which is kind of a way to globally uniquely identify a specific product. And then you have a data carrier on the product. It can be a QR code, which is often depicted and also was in the previous slide, but also could be other means. Depending, again, on the product, you need to decide who are the stakeholders involved, how can they read out a data carrier. For some industries, it might be more relevant to use RFID technologies. For consumers, QR code might be very interesting. So there you have to decide on individual product level, again, what's fit for purpose and how you connect the digital information to the physical products. The information can be on different levels of granularity. So it can be about the whole laptop you have in front of you, or it can be on an item level, which means that it's the laptop here I hold in my hands. This is the case what is done for batteries. As I already touched upon, when you want to buy a new or a used electric vehicle, you need to information not on the series of batteries, but really on the one which is in the car you are about to buy. And because I'm seeing that I'm a bit running out of time, I speed up a little. and show you this, which is essentially showing you about how we envisage a digital product passport. So consumers and different actors, they scan the data carrier, which you see here, and then, as I said, is on the decentralized storage of the information at the OEM's premises or the DPP service provider. But this is not all. There are other elements to it. There is a digital product passport registry, which is to be set up from the European Commission, where only the information on the identifiers is stored. So it's not the information about the products, but information on the identifiers, and this is required to link it with the custom authorities systems to automatically be able to scan if a product has a DPP when it's entering the European market. And the second element which needs to be set up is the Digital Product Passport web portal. And this is allowing consumers a search in the decentralized system, so in the decentralized digital product passports, to find out more and relevant information for them. But not only for consumers. Consumers usually have access mostly to the public information, but also different stakeholders like recyclers and market authorities who have access to a restricted set of information only. And you see on that slide that the main requirements for companies, they need to ensure that they fulfill basically the requirements from the ecodesign for sustainable product circulation and the respective delegated act. So to make sure that there is a product passport for a specific product, that it's complete and the information updated is authentic and reliable, but also verified for some extent, depending on the discussions of the delegated act. And there needs to be a backup available where, in case the economic operator is not available anymore, it's guaranteed that the information stays available, because when you place a product on the market, some actors like recyclers, they will get the product maybe 10, maybe 20, hopefully more years later from when you place it on the market. We need to find a way to ensure that they still have the access to the information. And I skipped that slide because you see it here a bit more depicted in the timeline. So as I said, currently the standardization is running, and by the end of this year, the standards are supposed to be ready and up for the vote. There's some secondary legislation on DPP service providers, for example, coming up. And you see in the next slide also the link to the public consultation, which is currently running on that. But there's also other secondary legislation to follow. And here you see the red line, which marks the 18th February 2027, because from that date on, the batteries, big batteries like car and storage batteries, will need to have a DPP. So until that, the whole system needs to be up and running. And this is also, again, just for your information, some further links. Surpass 2 is a very interesting project where they deploy and validate really digital product passports at scale and link them always to a circular economy use case. So they have 13 different pilots on different circular economy use cases where they depend on the DPP for information sharing. And as I said, public consultation on service providers running until 1st of July. And with this, I hand over to Tom again. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for this presentation. Now we'll give the floor to Professor Linkak to focus on the environmental footprint of AI. So, Lynn, please, you can share your screen.
So I wanted to talk about the energy footprint of AI and the greenhouse gas emissions. And just a reminder of what we are up against actually regarding climate change. This is a plot from the IPCC report, the most recent one, and it shows the total greenhouse gas emissions globally, historically. Do you actually see my cursor? I'll move it.
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. So you can see them here. And then this is the future emissions pathways. And one often hears that there are so many climate policies already implemented, aren't they doing their job? And what this graph clearly shows that under implemented policies, the reductions are far not enough to get to net zero, and they would end up with a global warming of around or more than 3 degrees. with large uncertainty, of course. So to be within 1.5 or 2 degrees warming, which are largely regarded as safe levels of warming, we would need these emissions pathways, so drastic reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions, which require large transformations in the energy and transportation and building sectors, the way we do agriculture. So given that AI is such a quote unquote disruptive technology, many people put a lot of hope in AI. And at the same time, there's these doom and gloom scenarios that AI is using a lot of energy. So I just put a few voices here from the MIT Tech Review. This is a very early article covering some research of some colleagues of mine and me, where we showed that machine learning can be used to help climate change, and that sort of triggered a large hope or hype and sort of thinking that AI will help us automatically to help fight climate change. You can hear people from the AI sector, such as Sam Altman from OpenAI, saying that he believes AI will change the world. And if we even have to spend 1% of the world's electricity in training powerful AI, he says that may help us to figure out how to get to non-carbon-based energy. So very, very hopeful. Even the UN has similar pictures. At the same time, you see a lot of coverage of how much energy AI is using. There's an older article, a newer one, especially with the advent of large language models or foundation models. You can see a lot of talk about how much data center capacity is being added. Similarly, OpenAI, which is mostly in the business of large language models, says that their future essentially depends on an energy break to power their AI. Something that's much less talked about, but is a very important point, is that there's also a lot of AI being applied in ways that doesn't help the climate. And there was some coverage of big tech helping oil and gas companies to help increase their extraction or save them costs. So there's definitely also the side of what is AI doing that is not helping the climate. To bring all of this together, some colleagues of mine and I, a few years ago, developed a framework how to think about the greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm getting messages from Webex here. How to think about the greenhouse gas emissions of machine learning or AI in total. And what you can see here is that there's in the center, the computing related impacts, which are also called direct impacts. And this is the energy that's consumed when you train or use AI on data centers, but also the emissions that are associated with producing the hardware. And then there are the indirect impacts, which we termed application-related impacts. So we distinguish sort of what the project immediately is meant to do in different kinds of sectors. So it can decrease or increase emissions in different applications, and system level effects such as rebound effects or changing a consumer behavior or changing political opinion that are largely larger consequences from the technology. So I wanted to talk about these different effects today. So starting with the computing related impacts. These are, as many of you probably know, from mainly two different sources. One is the operational emissions and one is the embodied emissions. The operational emissions are from the energy that is consumed during computation, mostly electricity, and they depend on the data center efficiency, on the hardware that's being used, on the cooling, and whether or not you can make use of waste heat. And they also depend on the type of electricity that's being used. So often data centers use a lot of renewable energy. And then they can also make important flexible load available to the grid. So there's also a function of data centers to integrate more renewables in the electricity grid. And then on the lower part, you see embodied emissions, which stem from the production and the end of life of hardware. So we're talking about mining, production, transportation, and the disposal and recycling of the hardware. And so often when one talks about the emissions from machine learning or from AI, one talks about single models, which we term the use phase. So I have a model and I can estimate how much energy is being consumed in this operational phase. And here we know that the development phase consumes most energy. This is when you train a model thousands of times to try different configurations to find the best model setup, model architecture, as one says, or model hyperparameters to do a certain task. This is done rarely by mostly research entities or big tech companies. Training is when you train a model on a certain task. And inference is when you use the model. So this would be one query to a chatbot, or you're putting in one image to have it be classified by a model. Inference happens very frequently instead. It doesn't use a lot of energy, but it's so frequent that some have actually now reported that inference is outweighing training energy over time. So for many of the big deployed models, inference is the larger part of the energy consumption. On the right, you can see one example of what I mean with inference. So this would be a query to a chatbot, in this case DeepSeek, and you get an answer from the model. DeepSeek is one example where there was some hope placed into this model because it's more efficient in training than other large language models. But actually, we're seeing also a new trend here in large language models, which are becoming reasoning models. That means that they have this chain of thought, so they discuss with themselves practically to come up with the best answer. And you can see this kind of reasoning happening here on the right. This also means that the outputs are becoming more and longer per query. And we understand now that the longer the text outputs are, the more energy is being used per inference run. So while this may be good news for training, potentially, it's largely unclear and possibly an even worse trend for inference. So how much energy do we use for inference? And we're mostly interested in those large language models because they have just significantly more energy consumption. And here on the right, you can see some different tasks that these models can do and how much energy is needed for 1,000 inferences. So this is per 1,000, not per single inference. And they're on the order of charging a smartphone for 1,000 inferences or running a laptop for 20 hours. So that's roughly the energy. But those numbers that you can see here are actually smaller than what we would see for much of the larger industry proprietary models, because these come from open source models and typically smaller models. We don't know what the proprietary models use in terms of inference energy. So ChatGPT, for example, there is some current initiative for the Code of Practice for the AI Act to include the computational reporting of computational needs for proprietary general purpose models, which would be those large foundation models. And potentially also reporting on the energy consumption. So we may have a better understanding of that in the near future due to the AI Act. What we also learn here is that generative tasks are more energy intensive than discriminative tasks, which is where you classify into different groups, for example, and generative tasks are like chatbots where you generate text or images. images need more energy than text. And if you use a large foundation model, so general purpose AI model for a classification task or discriminative task, it uses more energy than if you use a specific model. So the trend towards these larger models for so smaller tasks is problematic. So we may also be interested in the overall computing related emissions from AI, because that's really what matters in the end. For that, you can back out a little bit. I mean, these numbers are very uncertain, but there are ways to sort of understand what share of global greenhouse gas emissions is due to the information and communication technology sector. This number is very uncertain and much larger probably now. So a few percent is what we're talking about. And then how much of that share is actually due to AI. So there are some estimates out there now that look at how many GPUs were sold, for example, and then make estimates based on those. That's one route. Or you look at estimates of usage numbers of those individual models. And what I show here is there's different estimates for the AI energy consumption, and then compared to an estimate for the total data center energy consumption by the International Energy Agency. And what we can see is that even for current numbers for 2024, there's a large uncertainty between those estimates. They range from 30 to 74 terawatt hours. And for the future, that diverges way more. So we have widely differing estimates or projections into the future, some of which are larger than what the IEA projects to be the total data center energy consumption. And they compare to entire countries' worth of electricity consumption, essentially. I put on the right here some reference numbers. The total of low-income countries' electricity consumption in 23 was 126 terawatt hours. This would be reached kind of soon. And the United States has more than 4,000 terawatt hours. So this would be a sizable fraction of that. So yeah, these estimates are helpful, but they're to be taken with a grain of salt. We need much better data to make better estimates here. Okay, so let's take also a look at what AI does when it's being applied in the real world. Quite a few years ago by now, actually in 2019 was the first time that we published a overview report of what machine learning, how machine learning can be used to tackle climate change. This is still a pretty comprehensive paper if you're interested, but since then there have been other very good reviews on different aspects related to climate change and how AI can help. Just to name an example is that you can use machine learning or AI to help with controlling district heating systems, so you can forecast heat demand better and schedule devices better to more efficiently produce energy. And machine learning is very helpful for these kind of forecasting tasks. Another example from my own group is we are interpolating bike volume estimates or bike volume measurements, and we're creating estimates for every street in Berlin with the help of AI and new type of data sources. So this is also a big role in providing more information on how you can make better policy and better decision regarding climate change. And in our paper, we sort of provided an overview of all the different ways or roles that machine learning can take and how they would affect greenhouse gas emissions. So it's very different kinds of mechanisms behind that, essentially. But what you have to realize that for all of these good things that machine learning can do to help with climate change can also be used to save cost in carbon-intensive industries, for example, to directly increase the profitability of fossil fuels. So there are many mechanisms how machine learning can be used or is currently used to also increase emissions. Sorry, I had some animations here. And if you look at it from even a bigger picture and ask yourself, where is most of the AI currently used? You realize that it's mostly in service development in the tech sector, it's in marketing, in financial operations. It has nothing to do with the energy sector or climate. And while these don't directly connect to energy or climate, they indirectly do affect emissions. So if you consume more, for example, or if you have marketing, you encourage consumption to change. And if marketing is successful, people will consume probably more or differently. So that can affect emissions. Also, the recent large language model boom has sort of been the main driver of those large compute need increases. But you actually see those large language models not a lot in climate relevant sectors. So they're not really being used to improve transportation systems or energy systems. They're mostly also used in marketing or in online communication. The need for large language or generative AI is mostly not driven by a need to address climate change, but it's driven by other sectors. If you want AI to be really helpful for addressing climate change, there are a few things that one needs to consider. First of all, you actually need these technologies to be deployed at scale in different sectors. Otherwise, there will be no measurable effect on emissions. And there are a lot of barriers to deployment for this technology. Often it's also just one piece of the puzzle, so really it needs to integrate with existing technologies, existing processes to make something meaningful happen in those sectors. Many of the AI applications that are being featured and talked about in research, they're not market ready yet. So those are ideas that exist in research or as a proof of concept or maybe in a pilot project, but these are not scalable, many of them yet. And part of this is also that the benefits and costs for these projects are poorly understood. Also, there are a lot of questions regarding how these projects are implemented in terms of skills and collaboration arrangements. So there are a lot of questions that need to be solved before AI can be deployed at scale in those climate relevant applications. So to conclude, I wanted to discuss, or I put together this sort of schematic graphic here to really just emphasize what are the different emissions effects of AI. So what I termed this as I call this the greenhouse gas emissions potential, because much of this is actually what will happen in the future. Right now, we're not seeing great effects of AI on emissions yet, but in the future, we will have a sizable computing-related share of emissions. So there will be a lot of data centers needed, especially for large language models. And there's hope that there will be AI uses to help with decarbonizing. The energy sector, or the electricity sector is looking towards AI a lot because electricity systems are getting more complex. They will need digital technologies and AI to work with these systems in the future. Transportation sector will benefit greatly from this, in logistics, for example. So there are sectors that are definitely looking to deploy AI at scale. But then there are also a lot of uses of AI that may actually harm the decarbonization efforts or harm the climate directly. So we will also see those negative applications of AI. And it's currently, these are meant to be very blurry, so it's currently unclear which of them will be larger, how big they will be, by when. So if you see any projections also, always take them with a grain of salt. We know very little about the emissions effects at this point. But this is to emphasize, there are both positive and negative effects of how AI is being applied, and then there's the computing-related impacts that we understand a little bit better. And something else to maybe take away is that large language models are mostly, or generative AI are mostly behind this increase in the data center needs and data center energy consumption, but they contribute very little so far to climate action. So you don't need large language models to control a power grid. You also don't need large language models to optimize a freight fleet. This is just to keep in mind that those are two so far different areas of applications. And we therefore also don't necessarily need the kind of compute that we're seeing currently being built for helping with climate change or decarbonization. Okay, this is just to say that I also co-founded an NGO, and we're trying to provide information and help meaningful work of AI on climate change. And with that, I wanted to thank you. This is my research group, and I'm happy for any questions later. Or now, actually, I think the questions now.
Thank you very much, Jean, for this presentation. That was very interesting. So now we'll move to the Q&A session. So in this room in Brussels and also online, you can ask your question to the previous speakers. So to the Commission, to Thomas, and to Lynn. So raise your hands online if you are interested in, and feel free in this room if you have some questions. So we will have a 20 minutes question, and after that we will have a small coffee break.
Yes, please take the, yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation and for the presence here. I'm Chiara Mazzone. I do work for Smart Network and Services Joint Undertaking. It's a European body funded by the European Commission and the private sectors on next generation networks and services, so 5G, advanced 5G, and towards the next generation, which will be called 6G, most probably. I have a few questions for Lynn about data. Of course, one of the main topics now in networks deployment is AI for telecoms networks and what telecoms networks can do for AI. So my first question would be, do you have some reference figures of AI use in telecom networks and its environmental footprint? And my question is really to try to understand, as you were saying, what would be generative AI for working in the telecom networks and what is, let's say, normal AI to optimize the network. The second one is, I think you very well say that there are many estimates, but I would like to know if we can find figures and where on AI consumption by phases. I understand that inference consumes less, but since it's used more frequently, it could consume as much as other phases. So maybe if you can point out to studies or more relevant data. And the third one, we have been speaking about energy, but I think the overall AI, whatever generative or non-impact, but basically most probably the generative AI impact is bigger. It's on water usage, it's on land consumption, and so on and so forth by biodiversity loss. So do we have a way, or do we have, once again, reference figures which can calculate or estimate the really broad environmental footprint of, let's say, generative AI? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so the first question was on if I have numbers regarding telecom networks and AI. I don't have these specific numbers. I mean, we barely have total numbers. And unfortunately, I don't have them, but there may be estimates out there. And I see that Vlad Korama has raised his hand. So there may be other people that have these numbers, or at least some estimates, some ballpark estimates. And what of that is due to LLMs and to task-specific network, models, is also hard to estimate. It's largely that large language models or foundation models, they are much more energy intensive in terms of computational energy use, and the task-specific networks can contribute very little to energy use. And regarding the different phases, so development, training, and inference, there are different numbers available. If you, I can share a few links in the chat. Sasha Lucioni, who's at Hugging Face, has worked on different projects on all 3 of these phases. So there are estimates of them, but for different models. And what you would really need to compare is the same model for one application. And then you can compare how much went into the development, and then how often am I retraining this model, or am I training it from scratch? And then you can also understand better the inference usage patterns, because we don't have good numbers on inference usage patterns or general usage patterns for each of the models. So yeah, I think that also gets to the topic of life cycle assessment of AI. There are people working on trying to develop best practices and how to do this in the best way, but it's currently not an established methodology. So we're just seeing first papers essentially with life cycle assessments or with these different phase assessments of different models. I'm banking on your last question.
It was very much actually beyond energy. How do we assess also impact on, for instance, water usage or land consumption? Biodiversity loss, and you name them. Raw material extraction. I think it can go. The list is long.
Yes, exactly right. So I just talked about the greenhouse gas emissions here, and there are of course lots of other environmental and social impacts that are important. They're similarly or even harder to estimate. I think in terms of direct emissions or direct impacts, there are some numbers on water for sure for data centers. I don't know about biodiversity, but definitely there are some numbers in terms of indirect application-related impacts. These are also pretty difficult to estimate. They're generally very difficult at the global scale to estimate at this point still. There's more project-based estimates that you can find. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think there is a question in the from Vlad. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's not a question. I just wanted on the first point to react. Thanks, Lynn. I had the pleasure of reviewing a study that will soon come out from the GSMA, the Association of Mobile Mobile Telecoms. And although it comes from them and you could say it's a bias, I think it's a very solid and good study. And it shows that the AI impact on networks will most likely be marginal. It is a lot of computation, but it doesn't induce lots of communication. And it's very well, I think, researched, and the study should come out in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vlad. Do we have other questions to ask to Thomas or Lynn? Yeah, in the chat.
There is a question by Olivier at the chat. Do you want to take the floor and pose the question directly, Olivier?
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Olivier Guyot here. It's more, I think we talk a lot about AI because obviously there's a lot to talk about. But at least for me, it's another layer of tech on top of the previous layer of technology we have had. And like any other layer of technology, it normally cater and scale up to the needs and especially the incentive of the systems where those technology are being researched and deployed. So I was wondering, considering the very informative presentation you gave, Lynn, whether you have any views on how to address the incentive of the system rather than trying to address the symptoms of the AI deployment.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is really getting at the system level view. And something that I always say, which I didn't say today, but quote-unquote normal climate policies are really important also for AI. You don't always need technology-specific policies here. If you have strong climate policies, AI will be more likely to be aligned with decarbonization efforts. So that means a carbon price. It can also help if you have a significant carbon price on electricity, computing will also be more expensive, and that might help with reducing the computational energy consumption, for example. Or if you have incentives for building more, for transforming the energy system or the transportation systems, then AI will be used for these purposes. So that's maybe getting at what you're saying. Also, AI is kind of a new field, and I mean, the large language models are kind of a new application that is, I think, still searching for the market models or the best business models behind it. So I don't yet have a good understanding of what will be the business model in the near future around large language models. And certainly right now the costs are not incorporated because we can use large language models for free. And that may change in the future once it's established who will be the players and they have the customer base. I think that may also change given the energy costs that are behind it. I hope that answered your question.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I have a question for Lynn. For you, what are the blind spots today regarding the environmental footprint of AI, and what type of data would we need to have a better understanding of environmental footprint of AI, for example, from a regulator perspective?
Yeah, so we currently don't understand in like large, for example, cloud and hyperscale data centers, what's the share that goes to AI loads. And that's something that the owners of those data centers could understand or could measure, I believe. But it's definitely a number that there needs to be regulatory pressure to publish those kind of numbers. They would certainly help to understand the total share of AI compute-related energy consumption. That I think is a pretty crucial number, and what I also find an important number to get in the near term is the inference energy needed for proprietary models, so that at the very least consumers or users of these models could decide between different options based on the energy needed, and not even that is possible. And with the AI Act, there is a window of opportunity to get these kind of numbers. Right now, it looks like they will be reported to at least the AI office and national competent entities, but it's unclear how much end users will have access to these kind of numbers. But those are, I think, very near-term things that would be important for understanding the computing-related impacts better, for the application-related impacts, for understanding them better. I think there's a lot of need for more research. So just understanding the impacts of individual sectors, application types better, also when they are deployed in practice, is very necessary.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions? Yeah, please.
Hi, Jan of Free ICT Europe. Thomas, you're opposite me, so I'll address you. First of all, you mentioned software is coming up later on today. I think that's an important topic that's not been taken up very widely across the European Commission. Raw materials impact huge, but also if you see on the ICT spending, about 28%, only 28% is done by the consumer level. While most of our policies are aimed at the behavior and the use by consumers. But if you need to pick the numbers, we need to focus on the professional use, professional buyers and their spending. There we see on the professional side that service and storage is taken up into eco-design, like smartphones, etc. We see software is not been taken up, and we also see a very important product group for networks is the networking equipment is not represented across anything at the moment. Well, we see quite some restrictions there that limit the use of those devices, while they have the potential to be one of the most sustainable products, because they have hardly any moving parts. So we see quite some tension in the market. We need to use for a longer time, but we are restricted, and there's no legislation in place. So I'll would like to have your views on that.
Yes, thanks for the question. Usually when talking to businesses, they do not necessarily want to have a policy involved in their purchasing. And I mean, we have, as you said, for servers and storage, for smartphones, there's ecodesign energy labeling, which could also be used by professional buyers. But I would agree that, especially with respect to software, there's nothing in place yet to really tackle the problems beyond what we do on a product group level. And I talked about the ecodesign product groups, where we try to really put the requirements of the availability of the software updates. But there needs to be, when you say 20%, 28% is coming from the consumers. To my understanding, there would also be a stronger push from industry really be needed to that there is a need for regulation. In that respect, and for what kind of topic. So I think we are in exchange, and we will stay in exchange. So thanks.
Thanks very much. And I think we have a last question before the coffee break from Annalise Berend. I don't know if you want to ask this question orally.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. So I wondered if the panelists think whether we will see those developing AI or building data centers will move increasingly to generating their own renewable energy, and obviously the small scale nuclear energy plants that have been talked about. And does this help with regard to climate action, or could it actually hinder it in some way?
There'll be another one.
Thanks for your question. It's difficult to say at this point, but we're definitely seeing grid constraints locally in areas where there are a lot of data centers, and there will be more data centers developed. So there's a need to build out infrastructure from the energy side, and it's a question of how much the energy providers or citizens are willing to pay for that. So we may be seeing more build out of energy infrastructure owned by data centers, or specifically for them. There are different aspects to this. Yes, there was a lot of talk about small nuclear reactors. I personally believe that the cost equation doesn't work out for that. I mean, nuclear power is very expensive, and without knowing details about what they're looking into, I don't think it may be worth building small nuclear reactors, to be honest. I do hope that they will build out renewable infrastructure, because only that really takes care that it's truly powered by renewables and is not taking renewable electricity away from other uses, because there are many different ways that you can use renewables that range from just credits that you're buying, essentially, it's just a accounting action, to two ways that you can increase renewable energy truly on the grid, by either directly investing in projects or doing it such a way that your money will be used to build out new renewables. And only that is actually really helpful for addressing climate change. If you just power additional electricity consumption with new renewables, that's essentially at best case neutral, right? Because you're not building out more renewables to power also other parts of the economy. So that would be the minimum, essentially, from a climate perspective. And then data centers can, of course, take part essentially in potentially helping to stabilize the grid under high shares of renewables, but that is also to be determined how effective that may be.
Thank you very much. And maybe we can take a last question in the chat from Chris Adam from Green Web Foundation. Do you want to ask your question already?
Hi there, folks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Chris Adams, Green Web Foundation, calling from Berlin. I wanted to actually ask, what do we need to actually see if we already have laws requiring disclosure that aren't actually being followed? Because we already have things like the Energy Efficiency Directive. It talks about energy usage. It talks about how clean the power is. It talks about water usage. We already have this. But we're seeing really abysmal kind of take-up rates by the organizations who were essentially going to be, if we follow some of the new laws about tripling data center capacity in 7 years, providing lots and lots of support for. We need to surely, what do we actually need from a regulatory point of view to actually provide the data points necessary for informed policy? Because it's not clear to me how you would be able to meet any of the binding legal targets within the EU within EU policy right now, based on the current policy decisions. In the very least, we don't even see anything about carbon intensity of data centers. And this feels like a really, really key thing if we're going to have a discussion about the environmental footprint of digital services, as we've seen from the presentations earlier today.
I'm happy to take it, but I also don't need to be the only one speaking. Maybe just briefly from my side. I mean, you're talking about two things, right? One is transparency, and the other one is climate action, where you actually see changes. For transparency, I mean, this is definitely a very helpful regulatory aspect for then informed climate action. But in itself, it's not sufficient, and it's also not always necessary to find the best climate policy. So I'm also saying, even lacking exact numbers, we already know sort of what is to be done to decarbonize those, the data center sector, for example. But in terms of the Energy Efficiency Directive, I think, yeah, the numbers are not public yet. I don't know if they ever will be, but I heard that they are not necessarily that great. So there also needs to be both good compliance, as you say, but also good design of what is to be reported. For AI, that is still to be determined. So right now the AI office and standardization entities are working towards operationalizing the law. And with a code of practice, we saw the first language on how this is operationalized regarding energy reporting. And there are a lot of, the devil is really in the details, because you might request metrics that can be easily gamed, and the current draft is written in such a way. So one really needs to think carefully about how to require reporting to actually get meaningful comparable numbers. Regarding climate action, I think Well, Germany is requiring quite a lot for data centers, right, including waste heat reuse. So laws like that may be effective. But yeah, it's by far not enough, I think.
Thank you very much, Lynn, Thomas. So we'll have a 10 minutes coffee break. So we'll have 3 presentations, and after that we will have a Q&A session, and then a lunch break. So it's okay.
Okay, do you see it?
Yeah, so when you're ready, you can begin. Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak at this workshop from berec on digital services eco-design for greener networks and ICTs. So first, I would like to get back on the recent shift of paradigm regarding the relationship between ICT products and services and the environment. So for a long time, digital services and technologies were seen primarily as solutions against climate change. But since the years 2010s, thanks to the work of civil society organizations, industry, and public authorities, there has been a growing awareness that what we used to consider as immaterial services actually depend on highly material infrastructures and devices, all of which have a significant environmental impact. So this shift of paradigm is reflected nowadays in policy making and digital regulation at both national and European level. For instance, at European level, we have noted a new focus on reducing ICT environmental footprint since the European Green Deal. And in France, ARCEP, so the regulatory authority for electronic communication, has opened a new chapter focused on ICT sustainability. Our goals in that perspective are to improve measurement and monitoring of digital environmental footprint through studies and data collection. We also aim to integrate environmental concerns in our regulatory activities. And finally, we want to act to support stakeholders in adopting higher environmental standards through practical tools, such as the general framework for the eco-design of digital services that I will introduce to you during this presentation. Firstly, I would like to get back on some key figures from a study we published with the French Agency for the Ecological Transition, ADEME. Among the main findings of this study, we can note that ICT footprint in France accounts for 2.5% of the country carbon footprint. It should be noted that it is this share is lower than global average, that is estimated to 4%, due to France's low carbon electricity mix. We can also note from this study that ICT also causes resource depletion, for instance, metals and minerals depletion, but also e-waste and high energy use. You can see on this slide a graph presenting the trajectory of different environmental indicators detailing the environmental footprint of ICT based on a prospective scenario which evaluate the possible evolution of these indicators in 2030 and 2050. And we can see in the business as usual scenario, so if no action is taken, that the digital sector environmental carbon footprint, could almost triple by 2050. This prospective study also highlights that only a combination of eco-design and eco-efficiency measures could allow to shift this trend and reduce the environmental footprint of digital technologies, but we will detail this point later on. I would like also to insist on the fact that these projections do not reflect the impact of the rapid uptake of artificial intelligence use, as the study was done before this rapid increase of generative AI and artificial intelligence at large use. And as we know, large language models used in generative AI require substantial computing power and contribute to a steep rise in data centers, energy consumption, and ICT environmental footprint at large. For instance, the International Energy Agency has projected that global electricity demand from data centers could double between 2022 and 2026 due to this rapid uptake. So, facing this growing environmental impact of ICTs, what can be done to reconcile digitalization and sustainability? So, as it has been highlighted by different studies, including the study conducted by ARCEP and ADEME, devices are currently the main driver of ICT carbon, but also metal mineral depletion impact, closely followed by data centers nowadays due to the rapid uptake of generative AI. But it should be highlighted that all components of the environmental footprint of ICTs are interconnected, meaning that only acting on devices or even on devices and data centers will not be enough, won't be enough to reduce the environmental footprint of the ICT sector. For instance, to use a service, I will have to use a device and rely on the operation of material infrastructures such as ICN, ICS networks and data centers, which depict a clear interdependence of these different bricks that constitute the digital ecosystem. So yeah, we must adopt a holistic approach when trying to design a more sustainable ICT sector digital economy. So in doing so, one key lever is promoting eco-design principles, meaning the integration of environmental considerations into a product or a service development. This definition is derived from the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products regulation enacted last year. So far, the European Union has been active in the field of eco-design, but its regulation has been focused on material products. For instance, there is regulation at EU level on the eco-design of smartphones, tablets, or even computers. So in this context, to complement these efforts on material products, the French legislator tasked ARCEP and ARCOM, so the media regulator in France, along with ADEME, so the French Agency for the Ecological Transition, to develop a general policy framework for the eco-design of digital services, meaning to also tackle the immaterial part of ICTs. So in this context, after 2 years of work with other public authorities and administrations and a large set of stakeholders, ARCEP, ARCOM, in relationship with ADEME, published this framework last year, so in May 2024. This document is non-binding, it's a soft regulation, and it's available in English. It aims to establish a common base of best practices for ICT professionals to include eco-design principles in the development and provision of digital services that can be websites, platforms, video streaming, or even AI chatbots. So concretely, this general policy framework for the eco-design of digital services includes 78 best practices and fact sheets that allow ICT professionals to develop more sustainable digital services that can contribute to extend the lifespan of devices. It also allows to reduce at minimum the use of attention-grabbing techniques and features to promote an eco-sufficiency approach and provide end users means to monitor their own digital consumption and associated environmental impacts. It also aims to optimize resource consumption, including energy, other raw materials, and computing resources across the life cycle of digital services, and more largely to increase the level of transparency around the digital services, environmental footprint. So this document is around 100 pages with a lot of details to make sure that the ICT professionals receive a step-by-step description of how they can adopt more sustainable practices in their development and design. And based on this, on the application of this non-binding document, they can edit an eco-design declaration and even calculate a progress score to follow dynamically their efforts in terms of eco-design processes. I will now present to you some examples of best practices extracted from this general policy framework of for the eco-design of digital services. The French acronym is RGSN, as you can see on the slide. So as I mentioned, one key objective is to act on extending digital device life cycle and to fight software obsolescence. In that sense, the framework notably recommends to ensure that digital services are compatible with all devices, specifically by testing the service on smartphones, tablets, and other small devices sold at least 7 years ago, or on computers sold at least 10 years ago, depending on the context of utilization of this, of use of this service. This duration are consistent with the new requirements for operating systems provided by the eco-design regulation on smartphones and tablets at EU level. We also asked the provider to create versions of its service that can be used on different types of devices, for instance, with or without keyboard. This is an incentive to notably promote a mobile-first type of design. Another example, when a digital service is paired with a connected device, the framework asks to rely on as much as possible on open APIs. This allows the open source, open data community to provide a means to update the APIs required for the service and the connected device use, even when the provider decide to stop investing in such a maintenance. Second set of example will illustrate the emphasis put on the role of video streaming and the role of video content in the ICT environmental footprint. Because as we know, video represents the largest part of the internet traffic. Hence, optimizing video size and their environmental footprint is a mean to help reducing this footprint, notably greening networks and promoting a more efficient way to operating ICN, ICS. So the general policy framework on digital services eco-design details means to promote efficient video compression techniques and codecs, but also resolution definition matching the size of the devices used. The framework also insists on the importance to avoid attention grabbing and addictive design, including autoplay and scrolling for the display of video content. It also recommends to allow end users to enable an audio-only mode when they don't need to access visual content, but only need the audio part of this content. This practice is of utmost importance, for instance, in a context where audio streaming platforms are progressively embedding video, even though end users do not necessarily ask or require it. It should be said that the best practices on eco-designing video content are good examples where consumers' interest meets sustainability. For instance, as you can see on the slide, using an efficient codec can reduce the size of a video by more than half. For instance, when comparing AV1 and H.264 performance, provided that the codec is supported by the device and browser used by the user. So yeah, adopting an efficient codec can be done without compromising the resolution and user experience. This slide also summarizes the different flow rates depending on the codec and the compression techniques used. The main takeaway from this graph is that codecs are powerful tools to reduce video file size, but enabling the use of an audio-only mode is the most effective way to minimize the environmental impact of video content. Lastly, the framework also includes an entire section on the eco-design of artificial intelligence. Even though it was at the time a new subject, it seemed important to include a chapter on these technologies, as we know that it will not be possible to build a sustainable ICT sector without achieving a sustainable use of artificial intelligence. Hence, we worked with the National Institute for Research in Digital Science and Technology on approximately 10 best practices and fact sheets for the eco-design of AI. I won't detail all of them, but for example, the framework proposes recommendations to ensure that the resources used for the training phase of artificial intelligence models are proportionate to the effective use of the service. For instance, by acting on the size of the models used, their complexity, or the frequency of their training. The framework also outlines the importance to not omit the impact of the inference phase, which is gaining importance with the generalization of generative AI. It, for instance, recommends the adoption of efficient KPIs to factor in environmental considerations in the deployment of AI models. Also, the framework includes a full chapter to encourage the use of energy efficient and sustainable hosting services and data centers, which appears particularly important when designing a digital service which relies on artificial intelligence. To conclude, as we know, the ICT sector must reduce its own environmental footprint before aiming to support the green transition of other sectors. But currently, it is one of the sectors with the fastest growing environmental impact. Hence, a holistic approach is essential to take into account all the components of this environmental footprint. And eco-design of products, but also services, is part of the solution to conciliate digitalization, innovation with resources preservation. And efforts in eco-designing digital services can help to build not only greener networks, but also to extend devices' lifespan, optimize other infrastructures resources consumption, and to promote eco-sufficiency practices in a time where attention-grabbing techniques are raising not only environmental question, but also societal question when discussing the growing exposure to screens in our societies. And finally, while national and regional initiatives are crucial first steps, such as, for instance, the general policy framework I presented today, only a European and even a global approach will be effective to reverse the current trajectory of the ICT environmental footprint increase. So thank you so lot for the attention. You will find on the slide a link to the general policy framework for the eco-design of digital services in English. And of course, we'll stay available for any question you may have. And I look forward to the discussion with the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandrine, for this presentation. This was very interesting. So we will have 3 questions after the third presentation. And now we will have a session from Anna Zagorski from the German Environmental Agency. So feel free to present your topic.
So yeah, my name is Anna Zagorski. I am a research associate for Green IT from the German Environment Agency in Berlin. And today I would like to present you a research study we conducted some years before. It was published in 2023. And in this research study, we analyzed the risks that can lead to a shortened service life of products. Mainly here, we analyzed smart home devices. And this research study, we did a collaboration with the Technical University in Berlin and also some research institutes in Berlin. And yeah, this is the agenda for my presentation. First of all, I would like to present some facts and figures. And the second part, I will present you the results of our research study, and I will sum up with some policy recommendations which we derived from this research study. Okay, so let's start with facts and figures. If we look at the smart home devices in German households in 2022, we see that, for example, 13% have smart security systems, or 10% of the German households have smart energy systems, 13% have smart household devices such as smart washing machines or vacuum cleaners, and approximately 60% have, for example, smart TVs. And I think this situation of the German households is also transferable to other European countries. And we see in general a trend that, of course, we have an increase of these devices in the smart home market. And of course, these data of the smart home devices have to be processed somewhere. So this is the development of the data volumes of the biggest internet node, of the D6 internet node in Frankfurt, in Germany. Of course, you can see also a big increase of data volumes, not only here in the data center in Frankfurt, but also in other data centers, which is also linked to the rise of smart home devices. Okay, let's come to the results of our research study. But before, I think we need to speak about a clear definition of connected devices. So we try to do in this research study a clear definition. What is a connected device? What is a smart home device? And yeah, connected devices are controlled by software. They operate with interfaces and communication protocols. And I think what is really important here to say is that they generate additional energy consumption that takes place in other devices or in other infrastructures like the data center in Frankfurt. And here on the right side, we have some examples of the smart home devices which are available on the market. So we have lighting system, garden automation, we have children toys, or safety and security and surveillance smart home devices. So we see that there is a broad diversity of smart home devices right now. Yeah, and here you can see the comparison between usual devices and connected devices. So usual devices operate with software, like the normal washing machine is working with software. So already here we had some kind of software obsolescence risks, like missing updates or maybe some kind of software-induced sensor errors, dependencies of electronics, etc. But if we now look at a washing machine which can be controlled with the app, we have kind of additional risks like cloud dependencies. If the cloud service is not provided anymore, then the whole washing machine is not usable anymore, or some kind of manufacturer dependent standards, interfaces, etc. And in this research study, we differentiated between direct software obsolescence, which is initiated by the software itself, like some kind of kill switches or missing updates, and indirect software obsolescence, which means the properties of the software which are part of other factors that cause obsolescence of the associated whole product system. So there are many kind of factors which lead to indirect software obsolescence, like missing support or questions of licenses, etc. Okay, and if you talk about smart home devices, I think we need to think of not just a single product, but a whole product system. So here we try to do a kind of model of this whole product system, because so let me explain this. So in the middle of this picture, we have the product itself with the integrated software. This is this yellow box. And then we have, for example, the data communication, which is needed, the cloud services, which is needed for the functioning of the device. We have the producer of the hardware and software, which was using, for example, developing tools in order to program this product. And on the right side, we have a very dominant position here of the gatekeepers, because they have the legal, financial, or organizational control over this whole product system. And what we tried to show with this picture is that in such a product system, there are a lot of very different dependencies, which you can see on the double arrows. So these double arrows indicate that there is a strong functional dependence between these kind of different layers. And here, a single break of one dependency can lead to the unusability of the whole product system. For example, if the gatekeeper is controlling the developing tools, like for example, he's controlling the program developing tools. With these tools, the apps can be programmed. So other producers cannot use these developing tools, or they cannot use the apps which are dependent from these developing tools. So we see here a strong dependency of the gatekeepers. So let me explain this on another example. Here we see the smart home market. So here we see 5 different market segments or areas, like the energy management, or the building safety, or the comfort and light, home entertainment, or the connected devices and control systems. So these are 5 different smart home areas, and no matter how good or how eco-friendly these products are, all of these 5 areas are dependent from one gatekeeper here in the middle of for example, the services of Amazon or Apple, because they control with their interfaces, with their protocols, the whole smart home market. Okay, and here we have in this research study some case study where we analyzed the specific obsolescence risks. And here's an example of the smart home lighting system. So we have for example, the lights. You can control the lights via the app. You can also control the lights via an external hardware, like the speaker. In the middle, you can see the router, which is providing the internet connection, and this white box in the middle is the bridge, which is connecting all of these different devices all together, and which is connecting also the connection protocols. The connection protocols are, for example, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or Zigbee. This is a specific protocol for smart home devices, and here we analyzed different layers of software obsolescence risks and also the degree of the risk. For example, of course, you need a router and smartphone in order that this product system can work. The operating system is a risk because you need security updates. The software app itself is a risk. You need compatibility to the smartphone, and I will not go through the whole table right now, but for example, you can see here the gatekeeper risk, because here we had, for example, the launch of the Apple HomeKit, which led to technical obsolescence of the bridge, and this bridge is connecting all of these different devices all together. So this was a high this is a high degree of this risk here. We had also case study 2 with a smart radio thermostat, but I think I will jump over it right now. But here you can also see the different layers or the different degrees of obsolescence risks. Okay, let's come to the conclusions and policy recommendations which we derived here from our research study. What needs to be regulated and how. So we see that network devices or smart home devices have an increased risk of obsolescence compared to normal devices, like the washing machine, which is connected right now, which you can control via your app, has an additional risk of obsolescence. So here we need open standards. We need interface manufacturer independent protocols for the communication between different devices. Yeah, surprise, surprise, gatekeepers must be addressed more strongly because they mainly decide on the longevity of the network devices with their interfaces, with their communication protocols, and with their security updates. And here I have to say that eco-design regulation is not sufficient because here only the manufacturer's products are regulated. Because here, of course, we can just regulate single products, but not, but gatekeepers are not addressed here. So maybe a legislative regulation via the extension of the Digital Service Act would be useful, where specifically gatekeepers can be addressed. And here, the German Environment Agency support very much a horizontal regulation of connected devices, because we think that we need minimum requirements for the market access, which should, for example, include that the core function of the device must also be usable offline, like the washing machine has to be used also offline. The ability to operate the devices without any kind of external dependencies. We need also a provision of security and relevant software updates for, we say that we need a minimum period of 10 years and also a guarantee of minimum service life of typically 10 years. And we need here a compatibility and interoperability of product systems because, yeah, we don't talk about just smartphones with a service life of 2 years, but we are talking about devices or like washing machine with a service life of 20 years, right? The minimum requirements for market access should also include some kind of transparency requirements, like what are the requirements and dependencies for the functioning of the device. For example, do you need a specific operating system version? Do you need a user account which is necessary for the functioning of the device? Or you would need also the obligation to specify the type, the scope of processed data, and the purpose of the external processing of data. This is more a data protection aspect, but I think this could also be useful here in such a horizontal regulation. Okay, then here's a link to our research report. Then thank you very much. If there are questions, I think we will have a Q&A session afterwards.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this impressive study and presentation. So we will have last presentation before the Q&A session. So I will leave the floor to Susanna Kallio from Nokia. I will speak about standardization and AI. Susanna.
As we heard today already several times, so we see that AI use is growing a lot. And there is then the associated environmental impact that it brings along. That is because the renewable energy available is not increasing at the same rate as the energy consumption in AI systems. So therefore, we need to somehow understand what is the environmental impact of AI. And that is difficult to quantify, since currently we don't have any standardized methodology guiding us how to calculate it. And that has been now recognized with several standardization forums, and they have taken action then on this topic. ITU, International Telecommunications Union, and ETSI, which is the European Telecom Standards Institute, So they have started together working on developing a methodology for assessing the environmental impact of AI systems. This work is done in ITU HT5 and ETSI EE. I'm the editor of that standard in these forums. Then also Senelec JTC21 has started standardizing a methodology for the same purpose. I'm also participating there, and I'm happy to tell you that this work there is very much aligned with the work done in ITU and ETSI. So we will have one common approach, which is then good news. Also then, in addition, IEEE P7100 and ISO SC42 are also interested on this topic and have some activity started in there. So then, looking the area of this problem area, and first of all, of course, the AI system comes in different sizes and shapes. So that brings then additional challenge for this. So generative AI and single-purpose AI are completely different animals. Therefore, also the environmental impact is from those is very different, and therefore we cannot generalize that what is kind of AI footprint. But we need to look into the details of each of the single AI systems. If I ask you to think of an AI system, I'm pretty sure that each of us would be thinking of something different. Some of you might be thinking of robots, some might be thinking of chatbots. I might be thinking of an AI-supported network management system in telecom. Some might be looking at their smartphone at the moment and using the AI assistant there. So therefore, they are very different AI systems, and they have different features within them, and also then the environmental impact differs quite much. The method which we are standardizing needs to be general enough to cover all different use cases which we have nowadays, and also cover the future use cases which we cannot even imagine today. So therefore, that brings the challenge. We really need to take that into account with the standard methodology. Also then, the method can be used for comparing, so that we can select the best possible solution. So it can be used for comparing two different AI systems, which are providing the same functionality, so that they are comparable. In that sense, we can then select the AI system which has also the lower environmental impact. So from model perspective, from some perspective, and we can look at only those parts of that AI system which is then differing in these two different systems. Also, we can use this method then to compare AI system with a traditional non-AI system, and there it is then. It would not be fair to only look at the use stage and what is then the functionality during the use, and which one is more efficient and which one is using less energy during the use, because, well, the AI system might be using so much more when it's being developed, and of course we need to take into account the full life cycle of the non-AI system as well to really have the full environmental impact, and not only partial, looking only part of the whole system. But therefore, we need to look the full life cycle from beginning to the very end. And this is what has been taken as a basis for developing the standard methodology. So we have taken from two different standards. So first of all, the environmental impact taken from the life cycle assessment standard, and then mapping that with the AI system life cycle, which doesn't give any indication about the environmental impact of AI system, but it only shows what the processes and stages are included in AI system. So kind of a modeling the AI system. So mapping these then together, so then we have the full life cycle impact. And we really need to also look into the hardware impact, not only the AI computational part. So looking from the raw materials and on the production of the hardware. Then we also look at the production of the computational part of the AI system, where then the initial training would be part of the production, where we are creating the model and training the model, verifying it. But then during the use, we can also have a continuous learning, which is then that training is part of the use stage. So therefore, training is expanding over several life cycles, assessment stages, and that would then need to be taken into account in the method as well. During the use, there is then the inference and all the other impacts for the environment. And at the end of life, so it's the end of life treatment of the hardware as well as the retirement of the AI computational part. Then also in addition to all these is the data. So we need the data for training and verification. So collecting the data and handling the data, cleaning it for the purpose that we need it. So also that is we need to evaluate and estimate the environmental impact from that and the storage space for that data. So all these different streams which are then part of the AI system full life cycle. So we need a systematic approach how to then look into all these different aspects for our specific AI system. So these are not for all of these. So it might be that for some of the AI systems, the initial training is the biggest part. And then it might be that for other AI systems, it's the inference, as we have heard today earlier. So we cannot generalize what is then where the environmental impact for each AI system is. It depends on the use case and the AI system at hand. So together with my colleague, we wrote a white paper about this last year, and I put the link there at this slide. So if you are interested in reading more about that. So this is the basis we have now agreed in the standard, but we still now need to go into the details. So there are still open points in the methodology. We are still developing it. And so it's in open standardization, so you are all very welcome to join. So with your expertise, so that would be very helpful, that we can then develop this method to be very useful, and also that it's then it gives then realistic picture of the AI system. So some of the issues which are open is this allocation. So it might be that the AI system it might be embedded in an AI system, like in smartphone, it might be embedded inside, or then it might be running in a cloud. It might be a data center that we own ourselves, or it might be then in a generic data center, which is then a third party. So therefore, we need to have this allocation. So how much of that hardware we are using, if it's a shared hardware, so what is the embodied emissions of that hardware, which is then which part belongs to our AI system. And also then if it's foundation model for used for multiple AI system, then what is the share of that? So we need to decide and give guidance in the methodology. So how to really then estimate that, because we cannot measure it. It's impossible to measure, but so we need to then somehow give guidance how to estimate that which portion of the environmental impact of foundation model belongs to one system. Also the same with the data, if it's shared data and it's like somebody else collected and cleaned it. So that will be used for several users. So then also the allocation of that. So how to use this kind of shared data and the environmental impact from that. Inference is difficult to estimate as well, because it happens in the future, and also depends how many inferences we need. And then we are currently discussing, so what would be then the proper kind of way to get the system boundaries for this assessment. So would it be then that it's then environmental impact per one inference, or environmental impact per 1 year with this many inferences, or somehow we need to kind of put it clearly, what are the system boundaries, and how to then assess so that it is comparable to other AI systems. Then we also heard already today about the other impacts, not the direct environmental impact, but then there are these second order effects. We heard already that if AI is used in the fossil fuel industry, so in that sense, the second order effect might be actually negative for the environment. Typically, the second order effect we would want to have positive, so that the AI is kind of having the positive impact on the environment. And the higher order effects, so rebound, also that we need to somehow evaluate. The most typical rebound is that AI is so easy to use that then we use it excessively. For example, using these chatbots, I put in one query, get the answer for that, and then I get intrigued that, okay, I will continue asking more, and let's see what would be the response to the next query. And then I will continue, although the first response was already what I needed. So these are then the points which also create the environmental impact, and which we need to look into. But enough for the challenges. So why we really want to do this, and why this is important to have such a standard method, is that then we can really take mitigation actions and see whether there are then positive impacts. So it might be scary to see what is the actual impact from AI systems. It might be huge. So do we really want to see that? So it's kind of can of worms, but it would be worth opening it, because with that we can then go fishing. So then we can find where the environmental impact is, and really start then developing more environmentally sustainable solutions. So models which have a less impact on the environment. Also training in areas where there is renewable energy available. Also kind of putting down the data amount needed for training. So there are several solutions already available, and with the standard method, then we can actually compare whether our mitigation went to the right direction. So we really have a reduced environmental impact, or whether it was not going to the right direction. Also, we need to consider that AI is a very good tool, but it's not needed for everything. Sometimes a simple automation might do the trick, and therefore that is also something to consider, to use AI then in a sustainable manner. ITU has published this report last year, where you can then see more these kind of mitigation actions that can be taken for AI, if you're interested on that. But then going to the summary, so we are currently developing the standard methodology, and with that method, that will be based on LCA approach, and it will be taking into account the AI specific characteristics. It will be general to many AI use cases, so that it can be used for many different purposes. And let's be brave because with this method, then we can assess what is the actual impact from AI, and also then start collecting the information from the value chain and sharing the information. Because nowadays it's difficult to find the information. What is the actual impact, environmental impact from AI? But with this standard methodology, we wish that will then become more visible and more data and information will be shared. So let's be brave and take that step and look what is the actual impact from AI systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susanna. So now we will move to the Q&A session for the past 3 presentations. So feel free if you have any question to ask to Sandrine, Anara, or Susanna.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, Adrien from the Cooperative Commune. It's like more general remarks, because I believe there is a lack of perspective in all the different presentation, and I would like to know the opinion of the several experts that express that present the presentation. At our cooperative, we believe that without sobriety, every eco-design policy will be far away from enough to reach our 2-degree trajectory. So in this perspective, for example, we don't need connected wash machine. The old one was far enough and low tech. So making eco-design connected wash machine, in my perspective, that doesn't make sense. And another way, we don't need to deploy mass usage of generative AI to allow to design Gimli photo style that is totally useless regarding the limitation of resource we will facing in the years to come. And if we just forget the environmental perspective, the current limitation of exportation of rare earth from China to the USA is just an overview that which will come maybe in the coming years. So we as a society should decide and prioritize the allocation of resources and not only in the customer perspective. When I see the very nice table about the AI use at the beginning of the meeting, there's plenty of usage that we don't need them. For example, increasing the marketing, as we know that we have to decrease the amount of produce sell every year to increase sobriety trajectory, that makes no sense. So one of an idea that we could promote it, for example, because the AI sector is still looking for the business model to make the company like live longer, I don't know. So for example, like if we just make impossible to generate revenue from personal data, that could like kill every useless software services, because if we are not able to make ads from personal data, that will destroy the attention economy sector, which is directly linked to the marketing obsolescence. And that will be maybe very interesting to decrease the amount of device sale every year. And yeah, so maybe that was too long. So, and I hope it was clear.
Thank you for your question. I don't know who wants to answer to that question. Remark? Sandrine?
Thank you very much for this remark. I think you tackled a very important point that wasn't detailed in each presentation, but I think yeah, it's something we have in mind. So it's the issue of questioning the utility of a digital service before or while working on its efficiency. also promoting at more largely an eco-sufficiency or sobriety approach. So in RCEP perspective, we believe that eco-design doesn't only mean reaching a higher level of efficiency, because when we say that eco-design means integrating environmental consideration in the development of a service of a product, we consider that it's also about questioning, as I said, the utility of the digital service, because the digital service you don't develop will have no environmental impact. And for instance, as I said, in the general policy framework for the eco-design of digital service, there are 78 fact sheets, and the first one is actually named has the digital service had been assessed favorably in terms of utility, taking its impact on the environment into account. And in our exchange with stakeholders, we heard that this question and criteria on the utility of the digital service is a key component in building an eco-design approach. And lastly, on this point, I think the panelists from Nokia also tackled this point, but I think what you were saying is particularly relevant for artificial intelligence development, because even if there is a tendency to aim to include AI in all in a large part of commercial models. Sometimes it's not necessarily beneficial in terms of economic efficiency and consumers' interest and experience. So in the chapter we dedicated in the framework to algorithmics and AI, we also start by a criteria named has a digital service question, the need for a training phase to avoid unsubstantiated and unreasonable usage of artificial intelligence. So I just want to say that we also share this concern, and for us, eco-design is not only about efficiency, it is also about questioning business models and utility of digital service to make sure that resources are used for the technologies we actually need in terms of economic and societal development.
Thank you very much, Noreen. Does anyone have another question? Yes, please.
Hello, Ana Maria Galindo from Ericsson. I wanted to have like maybe a comment on Anna's presentation and maybe some insights. So it's true that what we have seen in the past years on software upgrades and hardware I forgot the word. How do you say when you need to replace the hardware? Well, anyways, so this is for customary devices. It's true that has not been great, but we have another examples in the digital sector. For instance, in networks equipment, we have examples of products that are ready for next generation or next disruptive technology. For instance, since 2015, Ericsson equipment were ready for 5G. So thanks to software upgrade, we have 4G equipment that are now providing 5G services. And the same today products are ready for open radio. So as a comment or question, could we maybe think on inspiring from those examples for other equipment in the digital sectors in order for new equipment to be ready for future upgrades that we know will happen? For instance, we knew that 5G was arriving, so why devices could not be just upgraded to have 5G? I know that from It's difficult because you need to integrate new antennas and frequencies are different, but maybe think about some eco-design approaches that will allow you to have products that are ready for new disruptive technologies, right? For customer users and IoT too.
More comment?
Yeah, a reflection, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. And maybe a question for Susanna. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I was another reflection or question. I don't know if you have think or reflect on how can we simplify or streamline standardization, because we are seeing a lot of standards arriving on AI and a lot of lot of studies, and so I was wondering, or it's always a concern on how to do the best of the good quality standards that we are putting there, but not to multiply them, because then you can be asked to be compliant with this standard but not that standard, and it can be very heavy for companies that want to respect regulation and standardization, right? So how can we, in a smart way, have the best standards, but not to multiply them by multiple interpretations of them, those? This applies for everything, but.
Well, thanks, Anna Maria, for the question. So, yeah. This is the challenge. So especially since we have many standards forum currently who are very interested in working on this AI area. It's a hot topic and interesting. So therefore, for us as well as for you as global company, so then the target would be to have kind of a one standard which we can follow. And yes, I share your concern there, and therefore, so I know that you also are working towards that goal, that we try to have then those standards that are needed, and then also to try to harmonize between the different standards forums so that the standards are aligned.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have a question? So we have until 1 p.m. CT to ask some questions. So yes, please, Peter.
Yeah, it's Peter Dunn from Cullen. I've got a question for Sandrine on the framework. Maybe it's a bit early because you only just published it in May, but do you have plans for what next? I mean, you talked about national framework not being enough, and if you want a European framework, are you thinking about monitoring, reporting, any kind of enforcement in the future?
Thank you for this question. So for now, and the past months, we've been focused on presenting the document and working with stakeholders, especially businesses and other organizations, to support them in implementing the best practices from the general policy framework. We will also launch in the next week's forum, meaning an exchange platform and body to collect first feedback after 1 year of implementation of this framework from stakeholders, and to possibly list the adjustments to be done to make sure that the framework stays robust and relevant, taking into account the technological and market evolution over the past year. And on a more policy level, we've been also presenting the document in different international and European bodies. For instance, we presented a few days ago this document to the W3C, that is also working on the sustainability guidelines on similar perimeter. So, and more largely, we are open to build synergies with existing or upcoming policies or tools designed at international or European level that can be standards, reports, but also maybe a regulation. But yeah, for now, we don't have like a prescriptive kind of recommendations, aside from saying that for us, if there is a regulatory approach design, it should be done at the EU level at least, and not at national level, to make sure that eco-design can be a component of the competitiveness of digital European businesses and not an obstacle.
Thank you, Sandrine. We have also a question at the chat. Maybe, Chris, you want to ask it orally? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sandrine, thank you so much for sharing the information about the IRG ESN. We've been doing work with some governments outside of France, and we found it's probably the most useful one that we recommend everyone start with now, because it's the design is actually very, very well considered. One thing that we have found, though, is that while there is recommendation about declaring kind of showing a declaration of conformity, and there's templates and things which are very helpful for doing that, it wasn't obvious if there's any discussion about how to make these visible or discoverable for other people, because we know that there's a number of those in France, for example. But if you're looking at a website to see, okay, has this followed these standards? What practices have they followed? Is there some, which ones have they done, for example? Or where do I find something like that declaration? In the Netherlands, where we're based, there's something called a security.txt file, where every public sector website has to have one of these, so you can know where to look if you want to follow responsible disclosure. Have there been any discussions about having some kind of convention or standardized place for sharing these declarations, so that when people are visiting sites, they can see this? Or if you're a team and you want to share this with other people, there is a agreed way to disclose this, to maybe share with other teams, or for maybe outside assessors and auditors and things like that.
I will reply. So thank you very much for this question. So to explain why we didn't formulate additional recommendations in the display of this conformity, eco-design conformity declaration. So the template we proposed was quite new in May, so we really wanted to provide some time to make sure that this template was fitted to the daily life of businesses and a public organization that wanted to use this template. And actually, we are considering to maybe make it a little bit more simple in the next months or years. And yeah, afterwards we will think about maybe providing additional formality and making sure that there is a certain level of homogeneity in the publication of eco-design conformity declaration. But at this stage, it's mostly the ecosystem and civil society that have been working in let's say providing like some form of platforms with a list of eco-design declaration from stakeholders. And for instance, so an expert from Green Spectre, Laurent de Vernet, is publishing the list of eco-design declarative that was shared to this expert. And yeah, for now it's mostly the ecosystem that is doing this work, but we keep in mind this inquiry from the stakeholders to have more formality and more centralization in terms of declaration. We will see if it's possible in the future. Invite the Green Web Foundation and all stakeholders interested to don't hesitate to contact us to participate in the future discussion of the general policy framework for the eco-design of digital services forum. That will be the perfect opportunity to discuss such a perspective on the future of the framework.
Thank you, Sandrine.
Thank you very much. I think there are other questions in the chats. I don't know if Vlad, you want to ask your question?
Yeah, thank you. Then I will do it. It was for Susanna, although all three have been very interesting. Thank you. My question was, you mentioned that you want to expand towards indirect effects, the method. And whilst bottom-up methods work very well for direct effects because they provide precision and causality, they work very badly for indirect effects, in my experience, because they are very indirect effects are so wide and intertwined, and their set is ontologically uncertain, so you're bound to lose some if you try to catch them bottom up. So how do you plan, like, do you agree with my assessment, and how do you plan to expand your methods or to expand the bottom up or introduce an entirely new method or hybrid? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks for this question. Very important point, which I didn't point out in my presentation. Yeah, for these indirect effects, so there we have agreed to take the approach of consequence tree, which is already standardized in ITU L1480. So I can put the link to that standard here. So we try to reuse existing standards, not to reinvent the wheel again. So there, this consequence tree approach is trying to then take these indirect effects and consider it from all perspectives. So it's quite much more complicated than this bottom up or direct impacts, as you say.
If I may add to that, I was involved in L1480 with Pernilla Berrymark. I reviewed it. I think, I'm not sure, I was an official reviewer, but anyway. So I know the standard well, and I think it misses precisely my point with this consequence tree. It pretends that it knows what all the mechanisms are, and this is bound to fail, in my opinion. So I don't think it is essentially a bottom-up method. But anyway, we can have also the discussion.
Okay, yeah. This is very important and an interesting point. So I would love to continue discussion with you on that. So yes, we really need to solve these issues with this standard and to see that it's then really usable. So I will put the link to the standard for others then, but you know the standard very well. So
thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we propose you to move to the lunch break.
Discussion could not come at a better time, as we've had the ESPR working plan being published about 2 weeks ago, and as well as all the other studies that have been underlined today. Interestingly enough, this new working plan from the European Commission did not include ICT products as final products, and we only have horizontal measures targeting them. So I think this will be one aspect that we'll be touching upon today. And throughout the morning, we've also seen that I believe Mary pointed out that the footprint of digital services is interconnected and spread across, be it video streaming, cloud gaming, AI, and so on. And we have also seen the general policy framework on eco-design of digital services presented by Sandrine, which included a number of best practices, such as extending the device's lifespan or reduce the resources required over the life cycle of digital services. So today we come together to really discuss these strategies, the best practices, and the challenges in ensuring that digital services do not only meet our growing needs, but also contribute positively to environmental sustainability. And one way of looking into this is through eco-design measures. So I have the pleasure of sharing this panel with 4 distinguished speakers. We have Ana Maria Galindo from Ericsson and Leonardo Veneziani from the Computer and Communication Industry Association, who are joining us here in person. And online, we have Vladko Rama from the Rogan Center for Sustainability and Asim Hussain from the Green Software Foundation. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being present here today. So we will start by setting the scene with a presentation from each panelist, after which we dive into the discussion and ultimately we open the floor for any questions you might have.
So my name is Leonardo Veneziani from CCIA Europe, a non-profit trade association representing a broad cross-section of ICT firms. We have been operating here in Brussels since 2009, and we have been engaging with policymakers to improve the tech sector's, the knowledge of the tech sector here in Brussels. I will start my presentation with a little bit of a provocative title. So existing legislation is sufficient to achieve the EU's goals. As you're all aware, we are in a very particular political context. The European Commission has already laid its foundations for different in different policy sectors, but there is one buzzword on everyone's lips, which is simplification. Just to give you a few numbers, the last legislature was pretty heavy in legislation. A study from the European Parliament Research Service identified that a total of 526 legislative proposals were put on the table, with the European Green Deal ranking the highest with 167, and the Digital Age with 114. We at CCIA have been supporting the European Commission in this endeavor of simplifying existing rules. For example, as part of our reply to the public consultation on the 2025 single market strategy, we have indeed advocated for a full enforcement of existing measures and also the need to remove hurdles for businesses and legislative duplications. And besides, apart from this, industry actors have already developed self-regulatory initiatives that tackle some of the issues that were identified in the RCEP study to support the compliance while minimizing complexity. Just to give you one, the Climate Neutral Data Center Pact, of which some of our members are active part, is one of these self-regulatory initiatives. We believe that regarding the so-called eco-design of digital services, there's already a wide range of legislative and non-legislative measures in place. As it was said before, the eco-design framework tackles physical products only and not services, because of course digital services cannot be accessed without a device or a physical product that is used to access these services. So we believe that the development of new measures could potentially result in an overlap and duplication, especially we think this is particularly interesting, especially in the context of simplification I was hinting at before. Just to give you a bit of an overview of the framework that is in place, we have the Eco-Design Directive, which already includes rules for several ICT products, including smartphone, tablets, computers, and data storage products. You have the new Eco-Design Regulation now. As Bianca mentioned, ICTs will be covered only by a horizontal requirement that are coming according to European Commission's plans in a few years. We also have other initiatives such as the Right to Repair, the Energy Efficiency Directive that covers the energy efficiency of data centers, and more on that later. We have the Artificial Intelligence Act, which also has the requirement to maintain technical documentation on the environmental footprint for AI. And then with the caveat that is still under development, the Digital Product Passport will also provide transparency regarding product information and sustainability. As part of our contribution to the eco-design, CCIA has been nominated by the European Commission in January this year as one of the members of the Eco-Design Forum, which is a forum that was set by the European Commission to gather stakeholder input on some aspects of the eco-design regulation, for example, the work plan or the delegated acts and implementing acts. The first meeting was held on the 19th and 20th of February this year, and it gathered many stakeholders. I still remember the queue that I had to undergo at the Borchardt Center. It totals 132 members divided in industries from several sectors, from apparel to ICTs to electronics to paint, and also some public authorities. And this process of stakeholder participation I was mentioning earlier has barely started. As part of our engagement with the ESPR, we have submitted 3 feedback documents to the European Commission, one on the first work plan, another one on the disclosure of information on unsold consumer goods, and then we co-signed together with other industry associations a joint call for a transitional regime for the implementation of the Article 24 on the disclosure of information. Obviously, we are in a context where implementation takes time. It takes time to see the effects of policy on the market, and it takes time to see this policy turn into actionable product requirements. We have also advocated for a pragmatic approach to classification of products, weighing, etc. So we have been actively engaged in the work of the forum. Just to give a little bit of an overview, I will mention just the 3 most important ones, but this is basically our feedback to the European Commission on the work plan. First of all, we advocated for time, so enough time for the Commission to undergo the necessary research and impact assessment before providing requirements, enough time for stakeholders to provide input, and enough time for the market to see the adjustments before reconsidering the requirements. Secondly, we were also staunch advocates together with many other members of the ecodesign forum for tailored requirements to products. The work plan goes in a slightly different way, but we're happy to see that the Commission is still open for a midterm review. And thirdly, the third most important thing is to foster harmonization. We've seen some fragmented national approaches happening, for example, reparability scores in France, Spain, Belgium, and Austria, which may even threaten a uniform application of the eco-design regulation and also for the right to repair directive. Besides this, we've also been seeing some commitments by industry, and industry has been increasingly transparent both to the public and to shareholders on its sustainability objectives and what's the progress to achieving them. Here, there's just obviously a few examples and from some of our members, and obviously I invite you to have a more comprehensive overview to go on their public websites. This regards hardware principally. So, for example, Google has been using increasingly recycled plastics. eBay has been avoiding 1.6 million metric tons of carbon emissions and waste. Zebra Technologies has been advocating and has been launching for a circular economy program, and Apple has been designing products with more recycled content. So this is just a very brief overview for the hardware part. Instead, for the AI and data center part, our members have been working on 4 main areas: hardware efficiency, a more efficient AI model, clean energy goals, and also energy and water efficiency for the physical data centers. Just to give you a few examples, Google has been using a new generation of TPUs, the Trillium TPUs, which are way more efficient than their predecessors. There have been also clean energy goals for Google, but also from other companies. And also, for example, eBay has been using its data centers with a closed loop and water-based cooling, which has allowed it to save many liters of water to cool the data centers. So to give a few conclusions, need for regulatory simplification and to avoid legal uncertainty. I also provide a little bit of an overview of a couple of timelines. The first one shows the next milestones for the ESPR requirements for ICTs. There is a transitional clause under the previous eco-design directive, which allows the product categories such as computers, external power supplies, and service and data storage products to be the requirements to be valid until end of next year. Then we have 3 main waves for the ICTs. The first wave comes in 2027 with the first of the 2 horizontal requirements, and together with an eco-design requirements for displays. And we also had a month ago, more or less, an eco-design forum on the displays themselves. Then there's a second wave in 2029 coming with the second horizontal requirement on the recycled content and recyclability of electrical and electronic equipment. In 2030, the third wave with new requirements for smartphones and tablets. For data centers instead, very quickly, you might be aware that the European Commission assigned to a consortium of think tanks and consultancies to explore the potentiality of producing a labeling for energy efficiency and water efficiency of data centers. There have been already 2 workshops together with the consortium. A third one is coming next week, and then a fourth one will likely come in June. And it's likely that the preliminary results of these workshops will funnel into the report that the European Commission is legally bound to present to the Council and the Parliament by the 15th of May of 2025, so in a couple of weeks, on the possibility of establishing such a labeling under the Energy Efficiency Directive. For quick key takeaways, first one is the risk of overlaps. So new rules on eco-design of digital services might create overlaps and conflicts, which makes the life of companies even more difficult. Secondly, we were advocating for a focus on enforcement and simplification. So as I was saying at the beginning, focusing on what is already in there. Thirdly, is that industry is already moving and sometimes even moving at a quicker pace than institutions are. And last but not least, eco-design rules needs to be continuously taken into account business needs, and there should be a continuous feedback between industries and institutions in order to create eco-design requirements that are actually implementable. So yeah, thank you so much, and I'm happy to address any questions later.
Thank you very much, Leonardo.
So yeah, so thank you very much for having me here. I think the style of this talk is, I presume, going to be quite different to the other talks presented here. So I'll just prepare you for that. So my name's Asmin Hussain. I'm the Executive Director of the Green Software Foundation. Just to understand my personal background, I've been a software engineer my entire career. I started off in space, then finance, then cloud. I started looking at the intersection of software and sustainability about 6-7 years ago. Co-founded the Green Software Foundation about 4 years ago and joined it full-time as an ED about a year ago. We're a non-profit trade association, I think you'd call it here. And our vision is a future where software has zero harmful environmental impacts. We have a number of member organizations across a number of countries with about 150 volunteers from those organizations engaging in one or more of our projects. So these are our steering members, these are our board members, and we have a large general membership, kind of geographically dispersed. Lots of different sectors are covered. And we are a standards body. So we develop standards through consensus of our members, and that is our main vehicle for achieving our vision of software having zero harmful environmental impacts. There's quite a lot going on in the foundation. We have a number of different arms, a number of different projects. We have a lot of standards work happening, but we don't just do standards. Creating a standard is easy. Getting a standard adopted is very, very hard. So we do a lot of adoption projects as well, with education, training, tooling, enablement, anything to truly help that standard get adopted. I want to talk about kind of a little bit here. So we have our software standards working group. And again, everything we do is through the consensus of our members. So a lot of this is driven through what they have come together and decided is important. From a software standards perspective, the prime categories of standards that they've wanted to focus in on is measurement standards. So standards around how do you actually measure software, not guidances for how to measure software with existing standards, but how would we measure software So those measurements are a KPI that actually drives change. At the start of this year, we launched a hardware standards working group, which is led by Cisco and a number of the more hardware-focused organizations. And the standards they're focusing on are standards that will, like literal hardware manufacturing standards, to enable efficiency. So the main standard they're going to be driving first is a cooling infrastructure standards. The next generation of efficiencies in data centers is going to come through a new generation of cooling standards, direct to chip, liquid cooling, immersion cooling, things like that, driven a lot by the demands of AI. And from their perspective, the lack of advanced cooling is driven mostly by a lack of standardization. No one knows what infrastructure to build in a new data center because there's no standards around cooling. And there's a policy working group actually chaired by Chris Adams, who's on the call, which does a lot of more of our policy conversations, aligning with regulations, but also corporate aspects as well, and engaging with other organizations. Our most mature standard is something called a SCI, Software Carbon Intensity Specification. This is now an ISO, and it's a KPI, so it's carbon per X. So for WebEx, it'd be carbon per minute, perhaps. And when I'm talking to a lot of people and a lot of organizations about SCI, when we're talking to our members who are now interested in developing a whole suite of SCI flavored specifications, we're working on Sci for AI, hopefully working on Sci for Web, Sci for AdTech is on the cards, Sci for X, domain-specific language, a domain-specific domain. There's a challenge that comes along when I try to express the philosophy behind these measurements and how it differs to perhaps the philosophy of a GHG or an LCA or kind of other types of measurements. And that's really what I wanted to try and get across today in the next 10 minutes. I could talk about anything, but this is, I think, a top of mind for me, and I thought might be most interesting to the audience here. So what I'm going to try and, my thesis I'm going to try and present to you is that totals are poor KPIs and often lead to inaction, and how we engineer metrics so they do lead to action, which is kind of a very philosophical core aspect of how our members engage in the foundation, is a hyper focus on the action rather than the measurement. So I want to give you a couple of examples here. Yeah, totals lead to inaction. Now at this point, the good slides are gone, and now it's the slides that I make myself. So, so what is a total metric? So whether you're talking about GHG, has the organizational boundary, LCA has this kind of temporal cradle to grave, SCI has this boundary condition, which we call the software boundary. When I say an AI, like what do I mean? What is inside that? What is the boundary of that piece of software? So this is what we call a boundary condition. So when we talk about total metric, what we're really talking about is we keep on adding more and more things into that boundary. We keep on including more and more things. There's this constant desire, and this is where I struggle when I try to explain to people the philosophical differences, because there seems to be this natural desire to just try and put as many things in this boundary as possible. I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago where someone was presenting a new LCA report coming out for an AI system, where very proudly talking about how everything's included in this LCA, including the mouse that the developers of the AI engineers were using as they were coding up the AI. So that's kind of like this idea that we just need to include as much as possible into a calculation. And that's useful. It's useful to know this stuff. But the question I have to ask is why? There is this unsubstantiated belief that the more you include in a metric, the more action it drives. And I propose to you that this is false, that the more you include in a metric, the less action it drives. And the rationale behind that is when a metric becomes large, a huge LCA for a software product, or an entire organization's carbon report, or even just like a physical product, there's so many teams that are responsible for part of that, a proportion of those emissions, that when everybody is responsible, no one is responsible. There's no accountability. And I'm talking about this from my perspective, working inside large organizations like Microsoft and Intel. And I felt this when I was working inside those organizations, that we'd come together, we'd compute an LCA, we'd compute the organization's report, we'd shake hands, and then we'd meet up again in 6 months and do the same thing, and casually wonder if anything that happened in the last year would affect the number. It was very hard for us to see that the work we were doing to measure actually drove initiatives to reduce it by the next cycle. There was a huge disconnect. And I was very excited when the Software Standards Working Group formed that everybody was actually talking about the same thing. It wasn't just me. So I didn't drive this aspect of our philosophy of measurement. Is driven by our members, but I'm just explaining anecdotally that I felt it and that they felt it also. So, what are the signs that you have a poor KPI, that your metric that you're measuring is not driving action, or will not drive the action that you want it to drive? And one sign is that if you do everything right, if you do everything perfectly, if you're an engineering team and you do everything that you were supposed to do, but the KPI still moves in a negative direction, it's a poor KPI. When you do everything wrong, you're a terrible engineering team. You did not engineer this product in any way with efficiency in mind, but the KPI moved in a positive direction. That's a sign it's a poor KPI. If you do nothing at all, and this KPI is just fluctuating, it's a sign of a poor KPI in terms of driving action. Just to kind of talk maybe a bit more concretely about how this would work inside the organizations that I've worked in. You're in the engineering team and you've done a fantastic job. You've really invested in making the product more, let's say, energy efficient. You've made the product more energy efficient. You've done good. The energy procurement department of your organization has done a fantastic job of procuring an even greater percentage of, let's say, carbon-free or renewable energy to power your software. You've both done a great job. Then the sales team, who we never talk about. We never talk about the sales team, but they're part of an organization. They're part of the organization that kind of just make the organization succeed, but also ruin all your efficiency efforts, because they did exactly what they were supposed to do, which was increase sales, which drove your metric in the wrong direction. So it's basically like the analogy I talk about it is like, imagine you're driving a car and you've got a speedometer. I expect what to happen. I expect that when I press my accelerator, the speedometer goes up. I expect when I take my foot off the accelerator, the speedometer goes down. This is like me driving the car, and the speed of the car is dictated by maybe how much I press the accelerator. My son, how good my son is playing Minecraft in my back seat, how my other son's singing, how loud is he singing, my wife, how much is she knitting in the car. So the speed of the car is dictated by all these other things that are going on, and how much I press the accelerator has no bearing on it. And then regulations come along and say, hey, the speed limit is now 60 miles an hour. I'm like, well, that's interesting to know, but what am I supposed to do about it? Nothing I can do. It doesn't drive the action. So that's why these kind of total metrics, when you try and include so much into it, they end up actually driving inaction, because the metric doesn't serve as a signal, a useful signal for action.
Asim, so sorry to interrupt you.
I'm over time?
If you could wrap it up in a minute or two, and then we can discuss more in the questions, if that's okay.
I'll be very quick. I think I've only got 3 slides to go. So just very quickly, so this is how we do it inside the foundation, and how we kind of approach metrics is we first look at the persona that we're trying to design a metric for. So for an AI system, there's the consumer, but there's also the AI engineer, there's the data center operator. You first think about who is the persona. You then ask the question, what are the actions that we want this persona to do? Those actions define what we call an agency boundary. What is it that they can we want them to actually do? And then and only then do we design a metric and the boundary of the metrics to align with the agency of the persona. And And by doing it that way, you end up with metrics that actually drive action. So then the engineering team has a metric like the SCI, the energy team might have a metric like 100% renewable energy. And that's really what I wanted to kind of express across is the way we look at metrics is very different. It is very tightly focused upon designing a metric which drives action, because that's, I think, what we're missing in the industry today is a lot of metrics, but without putting thought into the action that the metrics are driving, they tend not to drive action. So that's the Vlad wanted a controversial point, so I threw this controversial point here. So that's it. I'll skip the rest of the slides, and I'll be done.
Thank you. We can always discuss a bit later on if you have some other things to add and we don't address in the question. So let's continue with Ana Maria.
Yeah, today I'm going to be very quick because the important thing is to exchange, right, and have questions. So I just wanted to give a glance of what Ericsson is doing because as one of example of, as Leonardo was presenting before, so ICT sector is moving and Ericsson is part of it. So in order to have an environmental sustainability journey and target, you need to have the climate change strategy, right? So in this topic, Ericsson is aligned with the 1.5 trajectory pathway. Well, now it's a bit has moved above on that one, but just anyways. So we are aligned with the net zero trajectory to be to achieve this net zero target at 2040, and this has been verified by SBTi. So here is important to highlight that when you have this kind of a strategy as a company, this will guide all decisions and strategies that you make in the organization. It's not enough to just have a target, but it has to drive how actions and strategic organization is done, right? So this is what we have been doing during the last year, is to integrate environmental sustainability in everything we do in order to be net zero. So it passes also for to the design of the products, right? So thus also it's good to say that in a sector such as digital sector, which is very complex, we see as in the performance part, so the light blue bars, that actually the correlation will drive. So you can have a very smooth plan, but the correlation is so strong with your supply chain that it will drive actually the actual emissions every year. So 2024, what we saw is that our equipment were selling in markets with very good energy mix, much better than the ones that the markets where we put market in 2023, and that's what is driving our emissions, because 90% of our emissions comes from the use phase of the product, so category 11 in scope 3. And it doesn't depend on us, right? So what we can do is to have the best products possible, and for that, Ericsson is applying environmental sustainability design strategy, or eco-design also. So this principle is applied during the full product life cycle, so from production, use phase, and end of life. What it means concretely, it means that we have specific rules that needs to be applied to any product produced by Ericsson, and that these requirements cover many aspects. So I will just give some examples because I cannot go through all of them. But for the production, it will cover the material acquisition, the parts emissions reductions, and the assembly and installation. So here, for instance, we will look to which type of materials are we using and what are the substance restrictions in order to fulfill regulations. The material declarations, because there are regulations also in terms of that. Also, we need to understand or to measure the weight of the product, of course, and the material that is in the product, right? But what is more important is that in this phase we will look to have the products that will last the longer. So durability, they have to resist to many different weather conditions. They need to be ready to stay in the network outdoors for many, many years, and this is tested in lab. They need to be upgraded. I already explained that, for instance, when we put in the market 4G product, it has to be ready for, it was ready for 5G already. So they have to be upgradable. Maintainability is very important, so that's kind of what Thomas was explaining this morning with the moving from linear to circularity. You have to be able to maintain your product during the life cycle of the product, and then you have to be able to repair them. So spare parts available during the life cycle of the product, and also easy reparability. So you have to have a small amount of steps to access the parts that need to be changed more often. In the energy in the use phase is the energy efficiency. So this is quite a straightforward. So the products are designed in order to fulfill a requirements on capacity and performance with energy efficiency targets and roadmaps, and this is measured. So we need to have lab measurements, field measurements, and we need to respect the power limits. So when designing the products, we also give power limits to those. And for the end of life, so of course this covers how we can do the treatment in a most efficient way when the products are declared as end of life by our customers. So it's kind of the same as production. You need to design them in order to be able to be recycled at the end of life. So here we need to consider the material that will arrive to recycling processes and respect the restrictions that are there for electronic recycling. Marking is very important because we'll allow to separate the parts that are from different materials. So you should not mix different materials that cannot be separated in the recycling process, and you have to mark them in order for recyclers to be able to recover the parts that can be easily recycled, right? Easy of the assembly, this is also important in order to separate the parts, and the last part is information. So we need to provide information to the recyclers in order for them to understand how to recycle the product. So all this is covered by this program, right? So, well, I already mentioned this, but what is happening is that thanks to this kind of approach, we are seeing a portfolio that is smaller and smaller because the silicon that we are putting in the products are much more efficient. Therefore, we need less cooling. Cooling is done by passive cooling, and therefore we need less material, so less aluminum. And therefore, the products are smaller, which comes to the idea of having reducing embodied emissions. So this is the kind of results that we see when eco-design is applied in the products, right? And the second thing that I said, that I already mentioned, is that we have products that are ready for the next disruption. So products that we put in the market today are ready for open and programmable networks, which will be exploited maybe in the coming years by operators. So that's kind of the first part of the messages that I wanted to give here. And in the second part, just to touch a bit on the estimation and forecasting that we were discussing this morning. We recently published a white paper on ICT energy evolution. And we have, well, not discovered, but because we have been trying to explain this during the past years. But we now, with the data that is available now, we can see very clearly that actually for mobile networks, there is no relation between energy consumption and data transmission. So using data transmission for extrapolation for future energy consumption doesn't work. And that is why we need to find some more smart ways maybe to measure or to find ways to extrapolate. So the figure here shows an exponential growth of data consumption in mobile networks from 2007, whereas the energy consumption has slowly increased, very slowly increased. So this is, well, all data is available in the white paper. If you would like to check, the link is available there. So the solution will be to have a kind of bottom-up approach where you really use the assessment of all equipment in the network and data center that you have, so you are able to measure and to understand what's the amount of power consumption that the equipment have in the network. Then you can use the estimated average power that they will consume, and you can even integrate technological progress that you will see in the coming years, right? So that's a way of doing like a bottom-up approach, but then this has to be adjusted by top-down approach. So this allows a reality check. So what has been happening in the last years and how the energy consumption is behaving in order to correct those extrapolations, right? So for that, you can use what is being reported by companies. So for network and data center operations, for instance, and also what is reported by public electricity productions and consumption statistics, which are are better and better every year, right? So that's how we believe that this should be done. So we need to take into account how the networks will evolve and then correct with what is really being reported by companies and electricity companies. Yeah. So that was all for me, just to put some ideas there for discuss later.
Thank you, Anna Maria. You're right on time. So
Thank you.
So AI impact and possible consequences for service design. I'm not an eco-service design person, so I try to think a bit about that. And again, I also modified now after this morning's discussion slightly my slides. So first, assessing the overall impact of computing. And this is something similar to what Lynn has presented this morning, and this is for greenhouse gases, but it's the same principle is for other impacts as well. You have the global anthropogenic emissions without IT, right? And then you have computing's footprint, which is quite small compared to all of humankind. We heard 4% and other numbers this morning. Those are overstated. We're 2% perhaps. And then we have the indirect, I don't like to call them positive and negative, because actually the positive ones are physically speaking negative, right? So they save energy. So I think it's clear to talk about beneficial and detrimental. So saved, avoided impacts and induced impacts. And these are the indirect effects of computing. And together, this is often called the net impact of computing. And as Lynn has also showed this morning, there is, of course, a very large sort of uncertainty measure here. So it could go either way. But as a tendency, the size of green, red, and yellow here are correct. So the indirect ones are clearly more important than the direct ones. And this is now for all of computing, but it can apply also for one single application or service or a domain such as AI. The principle is basically the same. And to address a bit the direct impact, this is from a study that George Camilla and myself have published last month. It's a critical review of existing estimates of data center energy consumption, and also with a special focus on AI. This is now data center in general. And as you can see, the published estimates, I mean, even today we have a difference factor of about 6-fold. When it goes to 2030, assessment like projections have a 40-fold spread from about 200 terawatt hours to 8,000. And we have assessed here, I think 35 global studies and many more regional ones, and then company reports and so on. And we tried also to assess their quality. And what happened if you put these studies on a quality, so some are not assessed, and then we attribute it low, medium, high, and high. And as you see, the upper end of the estimates are there is a very strong correlation between them and low quality studies. And we can discuss afterwards, if you're interested, why we consider them low quality. So basically all the others are here much lower. And then we have, I told you, we have done, these are the global reviews, but then we also looked at data separated from US, Europe, China, also rest of the world, Brazil, rest of Asia, and so on. Australia, of course, South Africa. So, and aggregating those with some uncertainty, and these are aggregations of company. We looked at the 60 largest data center operators from the US and China and also other parts of the world, and then extrapolating them to what we consider. So there is quite a strong correlation that we are somewhere 300 to 400 terawatt hours per year, and not where some overstated data puts us. And this is also something that Lynn presented this morning from an earlier work of mine. This is sort of the updated version that George and I have done. So the projections that exist for AI energy use, as you see here, the discrepancy is not quite as large, but also relatively large, right? So you have by 2030, starting from a pretty low level now, of course, to anywhere between 200 and 900, almost 1,000 terawatt hours per year. And we think our best guess is it will be somewhere around 300, so towards the lower end. I will not go through this in detail, but if you look at we took data that is available, price for NVIDIA Blackwell B100, the Blackwell 100, for Blackwell 200, we didn't find data for 100. And if you look that it costs about 35K today, and if you consider it would run 24/7 at 100% capacity, with its power being at the thermal design power, which is, it's always actually lower. It can be as low as 30% of that, and it's never more than 70, 80%. So all of these are very conservative assumptions. You would get for this 35K of capital expenditures at 6 megawatt hours per year. So to reach 100 terawatt hours per year, you would need over 500 billion. So basically all of the Trump and Elon package would bring 100 terawatt hours per year with very conservative assumptions. And here we did not count yet for, building the data center, the cooling and so on, the electricity cost, wages, so all the operational costs. None of that is included. So reducing a bit this conservative assumption, I think for capital expenditure only, today you need about 1 trillion for 100 terawatt hours consumption. And this is only capital expenditure. So you are, to us, it seems more reasonable that 2 to 3 trillion will be invested by 2030 and not 7 to 9 trillion. And again, there are many other sanity checks. Where will the power come from? Water consumption. Google had to stop some projects in Chile, for example, already. Resistance, societal resistance, and not in my backyard, and so on. So there are many other aspects that are not yet discussed. So what is to be remembered, I think, here is this number, about 1 trillion for 100 terawatt hours. And coming to indirect effects, we heard examples this morning, so I will not go to them in detail. We can have, of course, on the beneficial side, efficiencies through automatic controls in buildings, in industrial processes, very much in smart farming and precision agriculture, which I think is one of the hottest possible domains to deploy AI. Modeling and forecast, of course. But then on the negative side, we have e-commerce, for example, is, I think, a very underestimated domain. The increased consumption through all the types of rebound that we have there, lower transaction costs, that we can do, we can read reviews, make price comparisons, it is time efficient and so on, right? Then we have by plane international deliveries, which did not exist until very recently. And of course, due to the very fast, the high rate of returns and fast fashion and so on, an increased destruction of goods much higher than in traditional commerce. So all of these lead to much more environmental impact. And then we have AI for oil and gas drilling. And an example which I like, autonomous vehicles, and I will come on the next slide to it. But additionally, these beneficial and detrimental consequences are very tightly intertwined. And the assessment, I think, is very challenging. So autonomous vehicles, this might not be such an obvious example as e-commerce or oil and gas drilling. Why am I using public transportation today? Because as I told you, I'm a procrastinator. So as you've seen, I have you as my witness. I need, the train ride from Zurich to Bern to finish my presentation en route, right? There is no way I would find a parking lot there. And on the way back, I like to read a book or whatever, make tomorrow's presentation. Or even have a glass of wine. And all of these things don't work in a regular car, but they all work in an autonomous vehicle. Of course, I can do my presentation while the car drives me. I can do whatever I want while it drives me back. And I don't need a parking lot because I just let the car circle around the block for 2 hours, empty, right? So there will be a lot of substitution, and all projections show this, of autonomous vehicles for public transportation. And this is just for this slightly posher gentleman than I am, but who could theoretically drive, but then there is also entirely new categories that cannot drive, right? And like elderly or people with physical impairments. And here you can also see, and this is also a subject that we talk, there is basically no discussion about, but I think it's very important, trade-offs between sustainability dimensions. This is probably a scenario we want societally, and we are probably prepared to pay the environmental price for it, right? But kids to drive themselves to school, because driving, of course, is no longer any skill, right? This is more doubtful that we want, and you can make it as ridiculous as you want, you know, things can drive themselves or pets to the park. So I will, in the interest of time, this is one of the slides I had added. It doesn't work. What are the consequences for eco-design? I think on the direct and indirect impact, I don't think energy is worrisome. As I argued, it will be probably around 1% of global electricity by 2030, and this is a bit more than 0.1% of primary energy. AI will not boil our planet, and if we don't do LLMs, you know, we will not save it. But power density is a problem, as we've seen in Northern Virginia or Ireland, and water consumption can be. The impacts of the production of AI components, there is very little data on that, especially the impacts of microelectronics, and those I think can be substantial. So what we can best do is to design services against Gen AI usage, as has already been said, and against quick device obsolescence. So for the indirect impact, they are usually much more important than the direct ones, both the beneficial and the detrimental. They are difficult to assess, and I hope we can have a discussion about this. So I think what we could do is to consider the usage consequences already at a design stage. And I think we have some very good assessment tools out there that come from engineers. This is a tool done by software engineers around Patricia Lago at Vrije University Amsterdam. They worked for 10 years on it, so it's been continuously, and it looks at direct, indirect impact. It's based on UML models, so something that computer scientists are already familiar with. And it's simple enough to be used, and yet it has a huge modeling power. So I think it's a very good framework, and also to educate both the students. We should change to some extent our curricula and introduce sustainability, and practitioners. And perhaps a last slide, the risk of overthinking. I don't know if you know this this graph. It's from a study project that looks where China and America are leading, and someone on the internet, I couldn't find the source unfortunately, added also where Europe is leading in this Venn diagram. And I think, I mean, of course this is a bit overstating it, but I think there is some truth to it. So we've heard this morning solid principles, but I wonder whether, 100 pages, 78 best practices for partially marginal gains such as those in networks are really necessary, because network energy, as we just heard now from Anna Maria, this is also a paper by Jens Malmodin and her colleague at Ericsson, is not proportional to the data volume. And my last sentence is Montesquieu's words from The Spirit of the Laws, that when it is not necessary to make a law, it is necessary not to make one, which I think we should sometimes think more about. So to focus on the essential with the appropriate methods that are wide in scope, I think top-down is needed, but yet simple enough to apply. Thank you, and sorry 2 minutes late.
No worries. Thank you very much, Vlad, and to all the others for these interesting presentations. And I would suggest, maybe before picking up on what you've mentioned in each of these presentations, that we rather start off with a more of a general question, keeping in mind that the subject is really focusing on eco-design. We have the regulation and also the directive previously that applies strictly to physical products. So when we talk about digital services, we think of a wide range of products, being it data centers, computers, software. And the question is, do you believe there's a specific part where most of the environmental impact can be avoided or addressed? Any of you can take the question.
But that's a really good question, in the sense that, as you rightfully said, the ESPR is a framework that applies to physical products only. it's not super easy to just pinpoint one single area, but if I would have to pinpoint one, it would probably be the longevity of hardware. So how long products last, how long computers last, how long smartphones last, etc. We have been seeing from the presentations of both Vlad and Asim, and also from Anna, that tendentially the energy part is where there is the least, let's say, the least important area to intervene if you want to put eco-design considerations. So I would say that using products could be a more energy efficient product could be one of the avenues. I often heard in my discussions that, for example, some people, also my mother has said this, so it's a very relevant example for me, that deleting emails, for example, is something that can contribute significantly to reducing emissions. Well, that is not true, in the sense that according to most recent studies, emails account for only 1% of the total internet traffic. There are other sectors that contribute more to emissions, like videos, for example. Just to give you a really interesting fact, and I haven't memorized this because it's quite a funny one, but I thought it could be interesting to mention. For example, the electricity needed to heat a cup of tea in a kettle consumes as much electricity as transferring and storing 1,500 megabytes of emails. Driving 1 kilometer with a compact car emits as many greenhouse gases as the electricity used to transfer and store 3,500 5-megabyte emails. So if there's any sector where we should, also as not only as professionals but as persons strive for, is to actually, for example, using more energy efficient products. Because, for example, for emails, whether you're sending an email or not, data centers run anyway. So unless there's 70% of the world population, which seems to me very unlikely, that uses emails less often or doesn't use them at all, the only sector, say field that I think is most relevant to intervene is the longevity of products. So using products with more recycled content and more energy efficient products.
Maybe I can add a bit from a hardware perspective. So I already explained this in the presentation, but as I saw, when you drive or to design your products and you aim for reducing energy efficiency, it will impact also other areas. So actually it's very difficult to say one, because when you have very compact, complex equipment, it's difficult to separate them, right? So the tailor-made silicon Ericsson uses, for instance, the new generation is much more energy efficient. But when a chipset is energy efficient, it means that it produces less heat, and therefore you need to cool down less, and therefore you can have more compact equipment, and therefore you use less transportation, and therefore you have faster deployment, and you use less smaller cars to transport. And so it's a lot of correlations, right? So when you design your products and you do them the most energy efficient, it will impact all areas. So materials, type of materials, therefore you can use more recycled materials, or probably you will be the available recycled material will be enough, so all this is related. So I think in ICT products, my message here is that it's difficult to think about one eco-design solution that will solve one area of the product problem, right? Everything is correlated, and improving one area will probably improve other areas if eco-design is well done, right? So it's good to have a global view and approach for hardware.
Vlad, Asim, would you like to add something on that, or?
Well, I think the only thing I was going to add to that is that when we talk about energy efficiency of hardware, In the data center space, until honestly the last 2 years with the AI boom, the revolution, the dirty secret of the internet was that most servers were idle. And so you could have, extremely energy efficient chips, but if they're not being used, if, 10 to, 70 to 90% of the servers in a data center are effectively idle, then the energy efficiency of that chip was just the sales, it was just the marketing label that helped that chip to be purchased. And I think now we're in a kind of very different space with the AI kind of move that's happening right now and the huge demands for electricity. Because any this is a very depressing statement, any energy efficiency improvements that are going to be made on those chips will not then now meaningfully result in carbon emissions reductions, because all that's going to happen is they will just max them out in a data center. So if a chip becomes, what's limited now is the access to electricity. So if you make a chip twice as energy efficient, you'll just buy twice as many chips and you're still just going to consume exactly the same amount of electricity, because what's limiting the AI world right now is access to electricity. So it's just more complicated, and I think that's the I don't know if this is answering the specific point in question. I'm just like following on from the energy efficient statements, but when you look at it from the data center space, it is just a more confusing and nuanced space.
Yeah, I think talking about data centers is inherently the big topic when we talk about, energy efficiency, the AI development, and so on. And maybe this can bring me to my next question to you, Leonardo, because you're saying CCI is part of the ecodesign forum. Actually, two questions. So on data centers and servers, we do have a regulation in the EU dating since 2019, so not that old. Actually, it's 6 years ago that it was implemented. And we've heard of this review for the past maybe 1 or 2 years. And personally, I don't know of any updates on this. And maybe if you have an idea of if there's a date where we can expect this, what the Commission is looking into improving the current sets of rules. And the second part is related also to the ICT products that were overlooked as final products in the working plan. And if you have some insights as to whether that, why was that concluded as being addressed only under horizontal requirements?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I'll start maybe with the one on data centers. Unfortunately, we at CCIA are not part of the eco-design consultation forum, so it's two separate stakeholder groups, and the consultation forum is related to the directive, and the eco-design forum, which are part of, is related to the regulation, and the review of requirements, eco-design requirements for data centers is still under the directive for now. But as far as I know, there was a meeting at the beginning of March this year where the European Commission proposed a draft review for stakeholders' consideration, and it's also public on the group's website if you want to have a look. The main difference, according to my own analysis, is that the new draft regulation includes more circular economy considerations, for example, related to this the design for repair and reuse, the availability of spare parts, or the access to repair and maintenance information for professional repairers. So as far as I know, this is the main innovation that the Commission is coming forward with. Then there is also separate work undergoing, as I was saying before, under the Energy Efficiency Directive. So we have to also see what the study will actually come up with, and how the Commission is going to follow up on that study, because
this was expected when? July.
So the Energy Efficiency Directive one, you mean?
The workshop for the.
Yeah. So another workshop is so it's 4 total workshops, as I was saying before. The last one is going to be in June, and the next one, which is the 3rd, is going to be next week. But the Commission has to report to the Council and to the Parliament by the 15th of May this year, so in 15 days. So let's see if and how the Commission respects the deadline and what it will actually suggest. So, and also let's see how the study will go on. And another point that maybe it's also interesting to mention here in its upcoming Cloud and AI Development Act that the Commission is proposing, I think, towards the end of this year. If I'm not mistaken, there should also be some considerations around the sustainability of data centers and energy efficiency. It's still not yet clear what the Commission will actually suggest, but it's clear, at least to us, that as of now, we have 3 different pieces of law that kind of go over the same thing, which is the sustainability of data centers. So for us, it's also important that these requirements should be aligned, and of course, they shouldn't be contradicting each other, because otherwise we would arrive in a situation where data center operators would not know which rules to follow, basically. Or even overlapping or duplication, etc. So this also further complicates the situation. On the eco-design forum and the ICTs on the horizontal requirements, that is a good question, in the sense that, as I was saying before, we have been advocating together with many industries as part of the forum for product-specific requirements. Because, for example, a dishwasher is different from a wearable or from, I don't know, for example, from an electronic toy. My assumption is that the Commission followed the study from the Joint Research Center, which identified the horizontal provisions on reparability to be the main tool to act on product durability. But obviously, as I was saying, products are very different among each other. So my speculation is that the Commission wanted to capture as many product categories as possible with one single requirement, instead of working on product-specific requirements, which obviously would have taken more time, more assessment, more feedback. So it could have been also burdensome for the Commission services, which are, as far as I understand, they're already overburdened. But as I was saying, for us, for CCIA and also for other industries, it is still important to have product-specific requirements. Now, obviously, the work plan goes in a different direction. So it's now a matter of deciding a hierarchy between product-specific and horizontal requirements. And our preference, of course, would be that in this case, if there are product-specific requirements, for example, on electronic displays, we would rather have the eco-design requirement for electronic displays to take precedence over horizontal requirements. Also because each product category has their own reparability scores, etc. We advocate for these product-specific requirements also because they would help a rapidly evolving sector such as the ICT one, which is one of the most innovatives. But I mean, in the end, it's also encouraging to see, as I was saying before, that the Commission is planning to have a midterm plan and see what are the gaps, what worked, what didn't work. So we will make sure also to knock on the Commission's door and provide our own opinion on this.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that midterm review, it will be awaited by all of us to see if the range of the products covered will significantly expand or not. And maybe sticking on the eco-design or just circular economy in general. Ana Maria, you presented in your slides as being one of the main pillars of what you're doing at Ericsson, the waste of equipment, and was wondering if or how the concept of circular economy can be applied to design and deployment of digital services to minimize as much as possible the electronic waste and promote resource efficiencies for greener networks. And if you have some concrete example at Ericsson, would be great to have an idea.
Yeah, well, I'm going to answer about network deployments, right? So I think that well, I would like to just mention that circularity or circular economy shall not be as a bunch of rules that apply to everything, right? So it's more kind of principles that need to be adapted to each industry and sector in a smart way in order to, of course, reduce environmental impact. So that being said, what we at Ericsson are doing in order to support our customers, because of course the idea is that the customers deploy in a smart way their networks in order to reduce the amount of equipment that they are using. So we have like a 3 steps approach to secure that this is that logic is applied there, right? To kind of circular economy is applied there. So the first step is to understand what is deployed, what is in the network, and what are the expectations the customer has in terms of network performance, but also customer experience, because a lot of operators are driven by customer experience expectations, right? Which can be quite high in very small area, but the rest can be just an average value, right? So this has to be balanced. For instance, in big cities, in a given spot, you need to have very good quality of data, but then in the countryside, you don't need that, right? So that's something that we need to. So first, we assess the status of the current network. The second is identify together with the customer which size should be modernized, and this has 2 areas, 2 aspects. So capacity-wise, but also energy efficiency-wise. So we try to understand what size are worth it to modernize in order to take the network to the next level, and also which equipments need to be replaced because their energy consumption is higher than the emissions due to the fabrication of a new product. So that's kind of the balance we need to understand there. And then the final step will be to define when and what. So what is the product that adapts the better, because we have multiple products. So single bands, multiple bands. So it means that we can have one equipment which cover 3 frequencies, and maybe that's good for some areas. So we need to define which, what, and when this needs to be deployed. And of course, we push to couple this modernization to profit to apply as much as possible intelligent optimization of energy consumption. Of course, this is on the operator hands, but we push for to have smart energy optimization, right? So activate and deactivate features in order to just give coverage and power where data is needed. So correlate the activation of layers and antennas to the data traffic, right? And then last but not least, and here comes the circularity, is when we are removing equipment for dense area networks, which is the size that you will more likely modernize, those equipments could be reused in less dense areas, or you can go with them to rural areas. Or if you have a global customer, you can even go to other country, right, where maybe traffic expectations are smaller. So that's kind of the logic that we try to apply. This is the approach that we present to our customers. But again, it's a balance between expectations of the customer, maturity of the customers, regulations in terms of circulation of equipment, because we have a lot of issues with that. We cannot just move equipment from one country to another. Regulations forbid that, or is both more complex. So it depends also on the willingness of the customer to go for it.
So you're basically saying that customer and consumer behavior in the end do have a big role in the driving this, let's say, green transition and the initiatives.
Is their networks? I mean, is their networks? They have the last word on how they want to deploy the network and what they want to do. For instance, just to give you an example, we have been receiving a lot of pressure in developing energy-saving features, and to have intelligence of them on that, to have very centralized solution in order to optimize how power is, consumed and activation of layers. But for us, there are many customers that they don't want to apply them, so they push for development, but they don't activate, because when the measurements are done for network quality, they are not informed. So if they are performed during the nighttime and the sleep mode or deep sleep mode are activated, therefore the performance is lower, and they can lose the first rank or whatever. So that's kind of contradictions on how measurements, regulations, and these kind of things are done, and the optimization or the maximization of the use and the optimization that we put there. So I had another example on also deployment of the network, because that's how you do. But then we have for the deployment itself, we can also, as I said, in the products we put a lot of we develop solutions that allow for zero-touch deployment or integration, remote integration to this kind of thing. So this is called Ericsson Site Digital Twin and Intelligent Site Deployment, and with that we can just reduce. We have reduced by 50% the site visits. So you can just by designing your products in order for them to be remotely controlled and remotely integrated and remote, so you can avoid to go to the site a lot. So that's kind of examples on what we do.
This is one example of needed of smart connected devices, not what of the opinion that we've heard this morning, that there are too many of these that are unnecessary. I see. Sorry. We have, but I think I'll just ask maybe a couple more questions, and then I open the floor to the public. I just had a question for Asim in his presentation. I think you briefly touched about dealing as well with cloud services, if I'm correct, maybe.
Yeah.
And
Mostly,
just
yeah.
a question on cloud, on what role do you believe cloud computing can play in advancing sustainability goals within the ICT sector, and what potential environmental reduction can be achieved through cloud services?
Yeah, that's a challenging question. I think there's so I think I've seen some, especially Vlad's presentation. I get that. I guess that there's been quite a vibrant conversation in this room about like net impacts and avoided emissions reductions, and what is the positive beneficial impacts of cloud. It's a very challenging question because it's very hard to measure. I don't think that's something that we can just fluff our way out of. It's very, very challenging. In fact, our head of research, Joseph, is going to be publishing a paper in the next, I think, goal is June, with a number of other academic institutions, effectively about some of the challenges of making avoided emission claims from an ICT perspective. For instance, there was a paper, Tomlinson et al. Started last year, which proposed that using ChatGPT was 1,000 times more efficient than a human at doing the same task. Does that mean that every time I use ChatGPT, I'm saving a ton or a kilo at the time, a kilo of carbon? Is making that claim valid? I think that's a very slippery slope, and it's very hard to prove that counterfactual. It's very hard to prove that counterfactual. So I think, it's something that I've explored. It's something I think that's quite interesting. It's very tempting to explore this area. I think it's very tempting to explore this area more so, in fact, if you're a smaller organization. And I think there's a very strong argument to be made that if you're a small organization and you can demonstratively prove that you are displacing, if you're a small startup and you can demonstratively prove that you are displacing an incumbent, you are taking their market share, and yet your emissions are far lower, I think having something where you could demonstrate kind of an avoided emissions claim is very, very useful for that perspective. But how do you open those doors without opening the doors for ChatGPT to take that paper and then say every time you use AI, you're saving a kilo of carbon. I think that's the real concern. Is there's obviously benefits to opening that door, and but there is a Pandora's box, and how do you close it once you open it? I think also kind of one of the things I think that's worthwhile touching on is if we're talking about avoided emissions, why aren't we talking about enabled emissions? I think if we're talking, you know, one of the conversations I've been having with well, especially the enabled emissions campaign is if you want to open the Pandora's box to avoided emissions, you have to open the Pandora's box to enabled emissions, and then perhaps there's be a balancing out of the emissions. I'd also argue that like calculating enabled emissions, so you know, let's say you sell a cloud service to do upstream, you know, oil and gas exploration, that's enabled emissions. It's arguably easier to measure. It's easier to measure. It's still both very complicated, but you'd be able to make a more defensible methodology to measure enabled emissions because you could point at something that has already been measured. So I think it's a very challenging space, and until we come up with a mechanism where we can measure it accurately, perhaps a double counting mechanism. If everything was using double entry bookkeeping, and for you to demonstrate an avoided emission, you had to look at somebody else's books to see an opposite debit. Yeah, it's a very challenging space. Yeah.
Thank you, Asim. I think maybe this is at least to how I understand it, or maybe I didn't understand it at all, because at a certain point these technicalities, when we talk about networks and ICT going beyond policy, it's a black hole a bit for me. So but to go back to Vlad as well, I think you underlined in the biggest part of your presentation the direct and indirect impacts of digital services, and I was wondering how mature are these methodologies or standards that we currently have to assess the indirect impacts of digital services, and what are the limits maybe of these sort of methodologies, and are stakeholders currently using them or efficiently using them?
I'm sorry to perhaps be again controversial, but I think none of them works. I mean, they if I think of, you know, L1480, EGDC, and these two I've been involved in a reviewing position and respectively in an advisory board, I think they failed basically their aim for because it is a tough question. I mean, and I don't think, by the way, I think it's out of idealism that they fail and not out of lobbyism or something. And the sort of naive assumption that we can describe the mechanism. We make this consequence tree, and then we have them, and then we look in each of them. And no, it's far too complex. Basically if you look at all of digitalization, it's the system boundaries are basically the world and eternity. For single services, of course, it's not. It's smaller, but it's coming with a bottom-up approach. You will miss so much of the picture that any result you get is bound to be failed, in my opinion. Of course, I don't have a hard proof for this. I'm actually writing a paper about this now, so let's see what the reviewers will say. But because what bottom up have for the, you know, there is this adage when, you know, Mary comes and sees John looking at night below a street light and say, "Hey John, what you're doing? I'm looking for my keys." And wow, you sure? Let me help you. You sure you lost them here? No, I lost them all around the corner, but there it's so dark, so it's easier to look for them here. And I think this is a bit what happens. What is obvious is not always important, and in the case of indirect impacts, it's usually not the important part. What is easy to measure. So we need to come with top-down. input-output analysis, quantitative system dynamics, you name it. Yeah, that's in short my, and none of the existing, or at least no methodology that I'm aware of does this.
Right. Thank you very much. I still have some questions up my sleeve, up my invisible sleeve, but maybe we just open the floor to the rest of the participants and we take some questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Actually, it's more like again a general observation, because I'm a bit concerned about the first presentation about the fact that the big tech are already doing a lot and they are already transparent enough so that we have to plea for simplification, and the warning about the overlap of the regulation. It's something that I already heard a lot, even if I'm quite new in this kind of area. And I would like to have your opinion to several press articles that we could find easily on the topic of the impact of the big tech company. For example, Microsoft acknowledged that it will not meet its 2030 carbon negative goal, and it attributes the delay to the ER initiative that it developed. The emission from in-house data center from Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple may be 7 times higher than the officially said, as a Guardian analysis revealed, like, I don't know, a couple of months ago. And just to illustrate more like a kind of philosophy that those companies are plead, it's the former Google CEO tell to the US Congress that 99% of all the energy will need it to feed the power super intelligent AI. So he claims this in front of a Congress, so he should have studies to back up this number. So I would be pleased to see this kind of studies to plead this huge amount of energy needed. And he said, I quote, "We need energy in all form now, renewable, non-renewable, whatever." So as I said earlier, from common point of view, we need strong regulation, and it's not the time of simplification. So I will just say, put the reference in the chat for all the people able to see it.
No, just to reiterate that basically, is there a dark side to your slide of beautiful initiatives from the industry?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I mean, it would be silly on my part to dismiss whatever you say and to say that, you know, technology has, and data centers have zero carbon footprint. I mean, the data is out there. But there was an interesting report by the International Energy Agency. I think it was from 2024, but I need to check that one, which was also trying to do something that is very difficult, which is calculating the impact of increased use of AI on the total worldwide energy demand. And he said that yes, it's actually obviously getting higher because AI is getting developed and progressively integrated into work and personal environments. But compared to the total increase of energy use worldwide, the use of data centers for now is projected to play just a small part. And I was also saying the commitments from our members. Well, Microsoft is not one of our members, so I cannot comment on that. But as I was saying, some our members, and Google is one of them, they are trying to use. I was also presenting before, and I would be also happy to share more data from our members as well, if that is something that could interest you. That they are using more energy efficient processors units as part of their data centers. They're trying to use more efficient water cooling and air cooling systems. And of course, I can't elaborate on everything, but just to say that our companies and our members recognize that AI obviously has a footprint, but they're also trying to play in their part in that sense. And when I was talking about regulation, well, you were saying we need regulations. I understand your point of view. I was trying to prove during my presentation that the regulation is already there, that we don't need new rules, but we need the rules to be implemented and to be enforced. That is something very different, because one can even, I don't know, propose one rule, but if the rule is not actually implemented, then it doesn't make much sense to ask for new rules. Because first, as I was saying before, the market and companies and consumers as well, they don't adapt the day after to a new rule, the day after the rule comes into force. Obviously, there should be enough time for the market to take into consideration the new requirements, for the companies to comply and to obviously flag where these requirements are not feasible, and which is something that we are also trying to do in our own contacts with institutions. And what I'm saying is that, for example, I made the example of data centers before. We have the work undergoing the Energy Efficiency Directive. We have the work under the Ecodesign Directive, which is soon going to be translated into the Ecodesign Regulation. And then we also have this initiative coming up on the Cloud and AI Development Act from the European Commission, which, according to the first leaks, should also include some requirements for data center operators and for the energy and water efficiency of data centers. So I do see your point, but my bottom line is to, well, it's not just the case for data center operators, but it's a case for also for other even non-tech related policy issues. The rules are there, but they are not being enforced. They have to be implemented. And after we see the implementation and the enforcement and their effects on the market, then in that case, of course, we can have the correct conclusion whether additional measures are needed or not. But it's just a question of enforcement on our side.
I would like to add a bit on those, because regulations are important. They are important because they help us to make other regions to adapt to our needs. So that's very important. And I think that, well, I understand that what Leonardo is trying to say is that what we need is to make the most of regulations and have strong regulations that cover the majority, but not have multiple regulations that come one again on the top of the other, and we have regulations in countries that are contradictory with the European regulations, and then we don't know is what is going to be approved in next year in the European regulation will overrule the local regulation in a country, or if so. From to try to be in this in these teams, trying to understand what needs to be done and prioritizing resources in order to have this done, because you need to understand that people that are working on fulfilling regulation are not working to actually reduce emissions. They're just working on paperwork, and that will not. The majority of those activities will not actually bring any reduction. It's just doing reports and explaining how things are done. So we need to find a balance in order to be competitive and to focus on actual reductions, on things that will bring the majority of reductions and environmental impact faster, you see? So we need to find a good balance that will allow European companies to stay competitive and at the same time to inform its customers and drive a strategy for the future for environment, taking into account environment responsibility. For the moment, it's a bit complicated. So when my point here is it's good also to hear from industry what it actually means to implement regulations, and it's sometimes very hard and very complex and very time consuming. Thus, at least from my point, and it's what I hear from Leonardo, is that we need to be smart. And I will last slide on European leading on regulation is funny, but it's kind of true. And it will be great if all of the regions were following the same movement, and therefore we could collaborate and have the same, but it's not the case today. But Vlad, in your blue circle, you are missing the networks where we are also competing with the other regions. I have to say.
No, but of course I wanted to be provocative there.
Okay.
I'm European and very happy that I'm European. So don't misunderstand me. But I do think that yeah, it is. We are sometimes, and it's not the regular. I'm not a libertarian enemy of regulation, but I think energy is limited, and attention spans are limited, and finances are limited. And we very often, and I think Asim made this much more clear than I could do, we very focus on the non-essential. We put, let's do that as well, and that one as well, and this, and each in itself is meaningful, but there some becomes unmanageable, and then we miss the essence that we should measure and regulate and so on.
Are there any questions in the room? Yeah, please.
So at one, simplification would be very simplification would be very, very welcome, but we need to look on the both sides. If we see what's happening on the side of manufacturers, providers, vendors, how complex they make the situation, how they complex they making their contracts, their measurements, and their policies and their restrictions, and then I think, well, a lot of end customers would like to have a way easier life, avoiding complicated audits with all kind of extra payments that needs to be made. So unfortunately, I think we still need to compete with the complexity of what's happening by the providers in the IT industry to make sure that we can safeguard our own organizations, public and private, and to make sure that we can match their goals. They need to become more competitive. So we need to shift to that. And sustainability will be a side effect. But on the other hand, if you look what the needs are often, let us use it for a longer time. Let me use my software without restrictions, without the need to refresh, to update. Sustainability is, first of all, taking care of what we already have and extending the value and the embedded energy, or what kind of terminology you want to use. So I think, well, bottom line, yes, simplification would be nice. I see different things. They think, oh, this is, if I'm a manufacturer, that's not easy. From end user side, nobody knows. Where also you can say, okay, I can take things on the Data Act that is a right for me. I can take things from the Cyber Resilience Act that's impacting my hardware. But at the end of the day, nobody really knows anymore. So yeah, we need to go to a simplified situation, but that needs to develop. But I think that's also the other side, that simplification also needs to come from the providers themselves.
I think we have time for a couple more questions. There's someone online. If you'd like to just speak up.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello to all. A very fast question. In the next presentation of Ericsson, I think that I heard something about Open RAN equipment. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you, if you have some time, whether if you find this technology as energy-saving technology, regarding how would you support that?
Actually, that's the 1 million question. Well, when you design purpose equipment or on purpose hardware, you will do as much of optimization as you can, right? So products are designed to consume as little as possible for a functional unit, right? That's not the case for generic equipment, because servers will be designed for multiple applications. So when you use generic equipment for a given purpose, probably the hardware is not optimized as it should be for that application. So the difficulty here is that today we are still in a design phase, I will say. We start having some, well, we are trying to go live within different networks, so something that is approaching to reality. But the difficulty is that today the difficulty is that hardware renewal will be much faster than on-purpose hardware, because the capacity or the processing capacity will not be is not adapted to last very long. So that's kind of, it's more from embodied emission. And from energy perspective, again, what we see today is that generic equipment are consuming more, but I think that it will evolve. I mean, we have seen that servers are more efficient in every generation, so we still need to wait to see the evolution. So, sorry, I cannot give you a very exact answer on that, but it's something that we are looking at. It's of course one of the main concerns on how this will differentiate from on-purpose hardware, and what will be if there will be an increase in the impact from the fabrication of the hardware and the energy consumption. So I think we will be able to give more concrete answers as networks will be live.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, because things are still evolving. Perhaps the solution might come from the software solutions, maybe also from hardware, but also from software solutions. But as you say, yes, we can say with very large precision what's going to happen. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last question, if you'd like to. Yeah, please.
Thanks, Lara Connington from Comreg. Thanks to everyone in the session. Was really impressed by all the presentations and from the panel. Kind of like a broader question on consumers and kind of knowledge from the general public. Wanted to ask all the presenters if you've noticed over the course of the last couple of years, just in your work, if you've noticed a greater understanding maybe of the environmental footprint. I know in Berec we've done a bit of work on trying to empower consumers, and I know that we're all talking about the environmental impact, but I know that the average person on the street sometimes doesn't know that there's any environmental impact of the emails. I know we spoke about it being very small, but there's still a bit of work I think to do sometimes in terms of general understanding of consumers and users. So just kind of wanted to throw it out there to see if you've noticed any improvement, hopefully, and maybe any change in attitudes over the last couple of years, even anecdotally, just would be helpful. Thank you.
My consumers are operators, so I can answer from their perspective. But maybe someone else want to try?
I can quickly reply to that.
Or even just in terms of general public, not necessarily consumers, but I'm sure you've spoken at other events as well, just in terms of general understanding. Thanks.
Well, thank you for the question. I think there's greater conscience without referring to categories, just consumers, etc., about the environment and environmental footprint lately. I think there were some consumer surveys which could potentially reply to your questions. I need to dig them up, but I would be happy to send them to you. I think there is increased interest, which not necessarily translates into knowledge, if that makes sense. Consumer information campaigns are obviously key in order for consumers to make conscious choices and to choose a product instead of another. As far as our perspective goes, there has been also increasing, at least on the EU level, increasing efforts also by institutions to try to improve this through transparency requirements. I mentioned it briefly before, the digital product passport, which is still something developing, and it's not even entirely clear what kind of information will go in there. But there were already some interesting mock-ups of digital product passports. I have them on my phone. I'll be happy to show them to you from the members of we are also one of the members of the Digital Consumer Information Alliance. It's basically an alliance of trade associations and some companies which are asking the European Commission and institutions to favor the digital means of enabling product information. For example, you can see on, I don't know, I just make an example, on a Samsung phone case, inside the phone, the case, you have, all those leaflets with product information, safety information, often in multiple languages, which is unfortunately often discarded by consumers. And I admit of being guilty of that myself, by the way. But we as the Digital Consumer Information Alliance are trying to spur the Commission to think about paperless documentation, so that consumers can just, take a QR code and see the necessary information in their own language, without having extra leaflets of papers and wasting lots of paper as well, and increasing carbon emissions. And by the way, it would be also be a great tool for accessibility and for persons with visual impairments as well, because they would just be able to play basically a recorded voice reading the whole digital product passport and the digital label. As you see, there is some movement around there to provide easier and more transparent information to consumers, and consumer campaign informations also play a big role. We as industry, we're trying to get more and more transparent, also because it's also it makes sense business wise as well, because we know consumers want more information and want more sustainable products. So it just makes sense to make more sustainable products and give more transparency in the information. And I'd be happy also to chat bilaterally about this, because it's a topic that's really interesting.
Yeah, we're a bit over time. Is it okay if we take one? Yeah? Okay.
So my name is Olivier Vergenst. I'm the director of the Belgian Institute for Sustainable IT. I just wanted to react a bit on that. In terms of information to the general public, a lot of the information comes actually from the manufacturers more than from independent research. Typically, talking about sustainable product is something unfortunately wrong. There's no such thing as digital sustainable products. All of them are just unsustainable. Every time we buy some equipment, like we've got 20 large screens just in this room, there's more screens than people, I think. The fact that we are not aware of these kind of impacts, it comes from, I would say, greenwashing type of advertisement from the manufacturers. For me, it's about changing the business models so that we sell less equipment, that it becomes as a service, for example. That would be one option, that we avoid having obsolescence, like, for example, now with Windows 11 forcing to replace so many computers. I'm not saying that the security reasons behind are not good, but the way it is done is not correct, I think. So I think that just talking about sustainable product and sustainable IT as something that the general public should know, especially focusing on emails. Typically, you mentioned it, but there was a French minister who said that it was so important. There are so many other things which are way more important in IT. It's very difficult to inform correctly the general public. It's even more difficult to inform correctly the companies, the organizations, especially now that they are rushing towards AI, Gen AI in particular, without understanding the risks in terms of resilience for their own business models for the future. I think there's something to play there from a European perspective, not just about regulations, because we all know that we've seen it in the slides that EU is seen as the big regulator, but it's also about providing a more transparent communication, really giving the correct information, and also pushing potentially for much more European solutions in terms of, for example, AI, for example, alternatives to the GAFAM, etc. There's many things that we can do together there. So yeah, sorry, but for me it was not just so easy to say everything is nice.
Thank you very much. I think we've reached the end of the. Asim, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I mean, okay, if we're running out of time, then I'm happy to shut up. I was just going to comment on the last point. So again, that very controversial point about what are consumers thinking right now. So our consumer, what is a consumer? Our consumer is kind of the software ecosystem, software engineers, software developers, about 30 million of them, according to some calculations in the world. And one of the strategies we came early on with is you need to educate the consumers of the product so that they can then judge the producers correctly. And we came with a training course and training materials now been taken, I think, almost 250,000 times already now, which is how do you educate them? How can you judge what does, educating people, what does carbon neutral mean? What does net zero mean? If an organization makes to have a 100% renewable claim, what does that mean? How can you judge them? And I think this goes to what is the individual responsibility versus what is the collective responsibility. And I just because I've been thinking about it recently, the individual responsibility, the consumer responsibility is to become educated enough to be able to judge the service providers that provide you with services that you pay for. I think the example of email comes up so often, and it's such a flawed example. Not just because it's a small case, but also because the vast majority of the emissions from the email happen when you send the email. Deleting the email afterwards does no impact. The vast majority of the emissions from images happen when you upload the image. Deleting the image afterwards doesn't have any impact. So there's like a lot of stuff that needs to happen here where it's not just consumers are aware, it's that they need to have the knowledge to be able to judge the actions that they should be taking, and it's a level of education that's needed.
Thank you, Asim. So just to conclude a final thought, maybe just to say that indeed we are entering this implementation stage in the EU with all the legislative files that we've been seeing so far. So I think it's going to be a few interesting years that are coming, and also trying to seek a balance between legislation and competitiveness at EU level. These are the big topics right now. So I'd like to thank you very much for the participation, for your presentations, and for the active involvement of the participants. Thank you.
So to conclude, we would like to thank all the speakers and the participants for this workshop. It was very interesting, and it would feed the reflections of BEREC and all the NRAs members of BEREC. We will write some reports that will be approved by BEREC. So we will keep you updated, and all the presentation and the video will be available on BEREC website. So thank you very much.